I can still remember the day. Every detail burned into my memory like the edge of a flame. It wasn't supposed to be anything special, just me and my friends wandering around an abandoned prison at the edge of town. We were curious, stupid, maybe a little drunk on the thrill of doing something we knew we shouldn't. The walls were tall, gray, and crumbling, stained with years of neglect. The kind of neglect that smells like dust and rot and forgotten things. There was this hollow feeling when we stepped through the gates, like the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for someone to disturb it. We laughed at first, the nervous, forced kind, the kind that tries to mask the fear curling at the edges of your stomach. I remember pushing the old iron gate open. It creaked, this long, wet, wailing sound that seemed too alive to be just metal on metal. My heart jumped, and I told myself it was nothing, just the gate. But the sound didn't end. It lingered, hanging in the hallways, bouncing off the walls, echoing like someone was sighing behind us. Inside, the prison smelled worse than I had imagined. Dampness, rot, and something else. Something metallic. I didn't stop to think about it. None of us did. We just kept walking, shining our flashlights down the corridors, trying to see everything at once. The walls were lined with cell doors, most of them rusted open, some even hanging off their hinges. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floors. I kicked over an old bucket by accident. It clanged loudly, and for a moment, I thought I heard a whisper, low and sibilant, coming from somewhere ahead. I froze, but my friends laughed it off. It was then that I saw it. Cell door 14. It was different. The other doors were open, swinging slightly on the wind that somehow seemed to sneak through cracks in the walls. But this one door, it was shut. Not ajar, not hanging on a hinge. Locked tight. The lock was old, rusty, corroded. The kind of lock that should have crumbled decades ago. But it hadn't. It sat there, stubborn, solid, like it was daring us to touch it. I told myself it was nothing. Probably just a door the guards had closed one last time before the prison was abandoned. That's all. But the way it stood there, I don't know. There was something about it. Something almost human. Something waiting. I felt it in my chest first. A slow, tightening pulse that made my stomach churn. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't. My friends noticed it too. Tom, the loud one, was the first to speak. "Why's this one still closed?" He laughed, but it was half-hearted, like he wanted to convince himself it was just a joke. Mike and Sarah edged closer, shining their flashlights on the door. The light caught the peeling paint, the rusted lock, and for a moment, I swore I saw a shadow move just inside the bars. A shape. Watching. "Probably nothing," I said, though my voice cracked. I hated myself for sounding scared. But I couldn't stop looking at it. I felt drawn to it, like some pull in my chest, like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. I took a step forward. The air changed as I got closer. It was colder, heavier, like the hallway itself had drawn a curtain between this door and the rest of the world. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I heard faint scratching, soft, almost rhythmic, like fingernails against metal. I wanted to tell myself it was rats or water dripping. My rational mind fought hard to convince me I wasn't losing it. But then, I swore I heard breathing. It wasn't a hiss, not a growl. It was the slow, deliberate kind of breathing someone makes when they know you're watching them. When I froze, it stopped. When I moved, it started again. In, out, in, out. Sarah whispered. Her voice sounded tiny, fragile, swallowed up by the shadows. We all froze. The sound came again, and it was louder this time, closer, not coming from anywhere else, coming from inside the cell. Tom laughed nervously. "It's just the wind, guys." "Come on, it's an old building."
but I could see the way he kept glancing at the door, the way his hand shook slightly on the flashlight. I reached for the handle, just to touch it, just to prove to myself it was nothing. My fingers brushed the cold metal, and the scratching stopped. The breathing stopped. Everything stopped. For a moment, it was quiet. Perfectly quiet. Then, a whisper. It was soft. Impossibly soft. Like someone was speaking right into my ear, though no one was there. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like pleading. Or maybe laughing. I can't tell. My skin crawled. I jerked my hand back. My flashlight fell to the floor and rolled, spinning light across the hallway. I could see the shadows inside the cell. They weren't human. Not really. They were wrong. Shapes that moved against the bars, twisting, stretching, as if the darkness itself was alive. I wanted to look away. I tried, but my eyes were glued to it. Mike muttered something, a low curse, and backed away. Sarah grabbed his arm, dragging him toward the exit.
"We shouldn't be here," she said.
Her voice trembled, barely louder than the whisper. But I couldn't move. I couldn't stop staring. And then the whispers got louder, overlapping, almost desperate, like the shadows inside were trying to speak all at once. I felt dizzy. My knees threatened to buckle. My hands shook so badly I couldn't hold the flashlight again. And then I saw it. Not just shadows anymore. There was a face, pale, wet-looking, hollow eyes, a mouth that stretched too wide, and it moved, though I couldn't see the lips clearly. It looked at me, and I knew it was seeing me in the way a predator sees its prey. Not hunger, not anger, just awareness. I stumbled backward. My friends were gone. I heard their footsteps echoing down the corridor, but I couldn't follow. I couldn't move. My body refused to obey. I was rooted to the spot, staring at that door, that shape, that thing that shouldn't exist. Something shifted inside the cell. The face disappeared, replaced by darkness again. But the sense of being watched didn't go away. My chest tightened. I could feel it pressing down on me, the weight of something ancient, something patient, waiting. I don't know how long I stayed there. Minutes? Hours? Time didn't matter. The whispers continued, the scratching, the faint, wet breathing. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. I could only stare. Eventually, I think I must have blacked out, because when I came to, the corridor was empty. The air had lost some of its weight, but the door was still closed, still locked. Cell door 14, as if it had never noticed me at all. I ran then, down the hallways, past open cells filled with shadows that didn't move, past doors hanging off their hinges. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for air, my hands shaking, my flashlight dangling uselessly at my side. My friends were nowhere in sight. When I finally found them, they were laughing again. But it was hollow laughter, empty, like they had seen nothing, like they didn't remember anything. I didn't talk about it for years. I tried not to think about it. But sometimes, at night, I hear the whispers again. In dreams first, soft and teasing, then in waking hours, faint, almost under my breath. I tell myself it's just my mind, that I imagined it all, but I know. I know cell door 14 is still there, still shut, still waiting, and sometimes when I close my eyes I see the face, pale, hollow, watching, patient, waiting. Even now I feel it in my chest, that same pull, a heartbeat that isn't mine, dragging me back to that hallway, to that door, to whatever waits behind it. I try to tell myself it was just an abandoned prison, just shadows, just wind, just imagination. But I know better. I know cell door 14 is still closed, and I know one day it will open for me. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I really did.
The bed in my room felt like a trap, stiff and too small, but I couldn't stop thinking about the prison, about cell door 14, about what I had seen. The memory of that pale face, the hollow eyes, the way it had looked at me. It stayed behind my eyelids no matter how tightly I shut them. And then came the scratching. I first heard it around 2 in the morning. At first I thought it was the house settling, wood contracting, maybe even a branch brushing against the window. But it wasn't. It was deliberate, sharp, persistent, like fingernails dragging across metal. Soft at first, almost tentative, and then louder, scratching, dragging, over and over. I froze. My heart hitched in my chest. I wasn't supposed to be thinking about the prison now, but of course I was. My brain kept replaying the empty hallways, the shadows, the locked door, and I realized the sound. It wasn't coming from anywhere in the house. It was in my head. Or maybe, I didn't want to believe it, but maybe it was in the walls. I told myself I was imagining it. I told myself the scratches were my nerves, my own heartbeat translated into sound. But the scratches didn't stop. And then I heard something else. A whisper. Just a faint hiss, too soft to make out words, but I knew someone, or something, was speaking. I tried to get up, shake it off, but my body wouldn't obey. My chest was tight, my hands shook. I pressed my palms over my ears, but the sound was inside them, inside me. It echoed, over and over. I could feel my friends' eyes on me, even though they weren't there. It was absurd. I know that now. But back then, I felt their presence as clearly as if they were in the room, whispering, warning me to leave it alone. I couldn't. I had to know what it was. By the next evening, we were all back at the prison. My friends tried to act casual, but I could see it in their eyes. The same tension I felt, the same pull. None of us spoke much. The corridors were darker than before, the walls closing in. The smell was worse now, damp, metallic, like blood left to dry. The flashlight beams jittered across peeling paint and cracked cement. And then we heard it, scratching. It started faintly, from the direction of cell door 14. My throat went dry. My friends swore it was the wind, or rats, or some loose panel in the wall. But I knew better. I had felt that presence before. That weight behind the door. That watching. The scratching grew louder, urgent. Not random, not chaotic. It had a rhythm, a cadence almost like it was trying to say something. My stomach turned. I couldn't breathe properly. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I didn't. I wanted to see it, to face it. "Maybe it's nothing," Tom muttered. He always said that. I wanted to slap him, I wanted to shake him. But even he looked pale, staring at the door with wide eyes. I stepped closer. My flashlight caught the edges of the lock, rusted, solid, like it had been untouched for decades. But the scratching came from inside. Inside. And the cell had been empty when we looked before. We all knew it. There shouldn't have been anything in there. Nothing alive. Nothing human. Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Yes," I said, though it barely came out as a sound. My throat felt constricted, like the air itself was turning against me. Mike shifted behind me. "Let's just leave," he said. But I could see his hand tremble on the flashlight. We all felt it. The presence, the weight, the sense that the building itself, the cell itself, was alive. The scratching grew louder. I swear it was pacing now, moving side to side, scraping along the walls, circling in the dark. The shadows inside the cell shifted. At first I thought it was just the dim light. But then a shape moved.
Something small at first, low to the ground, then stretching taller, as if it was growing, or maybe just emerging from the darkness. I wanted to step back, to run. My legs shook, my knees buckled, but my feet were glued, my eyes fixed on that door. Fixed. The thing inside wanted me to see it. I knew that instinctively, though I didn't understand why. Then, the whispers joined the scratching. Faint, overlapping voices, unintelligible but full of malice. Pleading, laughing, screaming quietly in a way that made my skin crawl. I felt it in my chest, a pressure that wasn't mine. I gasped, trying to pull in air, but it felt thick, like I was breathing through water. I reached out toward the door, just to touch it, just to know it was real. My hand hovered over the cold metal, shaking violently. The scratching stopped. The whispers stopped. The air itself seemed to pause. And then I felt it. Something pressed against the door, something cold, wet, and solid, like fingers or claws pushing from the other side. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, sweat pouring down my face. The flashlight rolled from my grip, spinning light across the corridor. And then, silence. Complete, suffocating silence. We didn't speak for a long time, just stared at the door. None of us wanted to move. None of us wanted to breathe too loudly. And then, slowly, I realized the door. It wasn't just shut. It was breathing. Not literally, of course, but the metal creaked as if it were expanding and contracting in rhythm with a heartbeat that was too slow, too deliberate, too wrong. "Maybe it's the building," Tom whispered, though I knew even he didn't believe it. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My mind was screaming at me to run, to leave, but my body refused. Something about the door, about the darkness inside, held me there. The scratching started again. This time, slower, more deliberate. Deliberate enough that I could almost count the taps, the drags, the slow slide of nails across metal. It wasn't random. It had purpose. I felt it pressing into me, into my chest, my mind, like it was carving out a space for itself in my thoughts. My friends were murmuring, moving slightly, trying to keep calm. I could barely hear them over the sound in my head. It was inside me now, not just coming from the cell, not just outside me. It was crawling into me, into my bones. I remember thinking, this is how it will take me. Not with violence, not with blood, but with patient, deliberate terror, dragging me into the dark until I couldn't remember what was real. And then I swore I saw it. The shape inside the cell, taller now, more defined. Not human, not entirely shadow. Something twisted, stretching against the darkness. Hollow eyes, the same as before, but more than one pair now. Watching, waiting, curious, hungry. I turned to my friends. Their faces were pale, eyes wide. I think we all knew, without speaking, that we had trespassed into something that didn't belong to the living. Something that waited behind locked doors, patient and cruel. I don't remember how we got out. I think someone screamed, maybe me, but it didn't matter. The scratching followed us as we ran, echoing in our minds, a rhythm we could never escape. Even outside in the cold night air, I could hear it. Beneath the wind, beneath the distant hum of traffic, inside the dark, wherever I was. That night, I didn't sleep. Not really. Not ever again in the same way. Sometimes, late at night, I hear it again. Not just scratching, but the whispers, pleading, laughing, breathing, reminding me that cell door 14 is still closed, still waiting, still patient. And I know one day I'll be foolish enough, or cursed enough, to hear it again, to see the shadows behind the door, to remember the faces, the hollow eyes, the
the patient curiosity of something that should not exist. The scratching in the dark doesn't stop. It waits. Always. And so do I. I keep thinking about that night, about how quickly everything can change when you least expect it. It started like any other visit. Stupid curiosity, adrenaline, friends laughing to cover up the unease that was already curling in our stomachs. But this time, something happened that I can't explain, and I can't unsee it. We were back at the prison. Even now, saying the words feels like breathing smoke. The hallways smelled of mold and rust, the floor slick with years of grime. My friends joked about the first time we'd been here, but I barely heard them. My mind was on the door. Cell door 14. My chest felt tight just thinking about it, like the air was too thick, like the walls themselves were pressing in. It was darker than usual. Our flashlights barely cut through the gloom, the beams bouncing off the peeling paint, the cracks in the concrete. Shadows pooled at the edges of our vision, and I knew my imagination was filling in details I didn't want to see. And yet, I wanted to see. I remember walking past the other cells first. Most were open now, empty, swinging slightly on their rusted hinges. I glanced inside each one, half expecting shadows to lunge at me. But nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Nothing watched. Not until I got to 14. The door was still shut. That cold, heavy metal pressing against the frame, solid, ancient, defiant. My friends whispered behind me, saying it was just a door, that it was locked for no reason, that nothing lived here. But I knew better. I felt it. Something was behind it. Something aware. Something waiting. I stepped closer. My hand trembled as I reached for the bars, just to touch them, just to know it was real. The metal was ice cold, biting into my skin, and I realized I was holding my breath. My flashlight flickered, and in that moment, I saw it. A face. Pale. Wet-looking. Hollow eyes, too large, too knowing, pressed right against the bars, so close I could have touched it if I reached farther. And then, just like that, it was gone. A blink. A flash. A moment that lasted less than a heartbeat, but stayed in my mind like a photograph that wouldn't fade. I spun around, heart hammering, expecting my friends to see it too, expecting someone to speak up. But their faces were blank. Smiling nervously, pretending nothing happened. I couldn't blame them. How could they believe what I had just seen? I asked, voice cracking. I hated the tremor. It made me sound insane, but I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. Tom said, his smile too wide, too nervous. He didn't sound calm. He never sounded calm anymore. I swallowed hard. There was a face, behind the bars, pale, hollow eyes. No, Sarah said slowly. You're imagining it. Mike nodded, backing her up. Yeah, dude. You've been thinking about that door too much. I shook my head, but I didn't speak. I knew I wasn't imagining it. My gut screamed at me. My chest tightened. My mind refused to calm down. I could feel it still, watching, waiting. I stepped closer again, squinting into the shadows. My flashlight trembled in my grip. And then I saw it again. Or maybe it was different. The same pale face, hollow eyes, pressed against the bars, staring straight at me. Its mouth was just slightly open. Not a scream, not words. Just awareness. I gasped, stumbling back. My friends noticed my movement, but not the face. They whispered to each other, asking if I was okay, if I wanted to leave. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to run. But something inside me, stupid, foolish, terrified me, held me in place. The face didn't move like a person would. Not alive, not human. It was still patient, waiting for me to understand something I couldn't. I wanted to blink, to shake my head, to make it go away. but my eyes refused to move. I was rooted. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I could feel the cold pressing in from the bars, seeping into my bones. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold the flashlight, and when I looked down, I noticed sweat running down my arms. Not just nervous sweat. Something colder. Something that made my skin crawl. The face blinked. Or at least I think it did. Everything else in the hallway was quiet, still, empty. But those eyes, hollow, patient, watching me. I felt them drilling into my mind. A silent accusation, a pull I couldn't resist. I realized then, slowly, that my friends weren't going to help me. They didn't see it. They couldn't. And maybe in some twisted way, that made it worse. I was alone. Completely alone with whatever was behind that door. I stepped closer again, my feet dragging across the grimy floor. The flashlight light shook across the bars, illuminating peeling paint and rust, and I thought I could see the outline of a hand pressed against the metal. Pale, thin, wrong. But before I could process it, it vanished, like smoke, like it had never been there at all. I swallowed hard. My throat felt raw. My chest was tight. I wanted to scream, to wake someone up, to run. But my legs refused. Something inside the cell had me rooted, had me trapped. "Come on, let's go," Tom muttered behind me. He sounded nervous now, too nervous. I could see him shaking too, flashlight trembling in his hand. But even he didn't see it. No one did. And that made me feel insane. I blinked, and the face appeared again, just for a second, pressed against the bars, watching, waiting. I could feel its eyes burrowing into me, cold and hollow and patient. My stomach knotted. My mind spun. I wanted to turn away. I wanted to leave. I couldn't. I had to see it. I had to know it was real. I took a step closer. My hand reached out, trembling, shaking. And the moment my fingers brushed the cold metal, it vanished. Not the face exactly, not the memory, but the presence shifted, pulling back, leaving me with a hollow emptiness, a weight, a silence so loud it hurt my ears. I staggered backward. My friends were still talking, laughing nervously, trying to convince themselves nothing had happened. I couldn't. My heart was hammering. My lungs burned. My hands were ice. I realized I was shaking all over. I turned away from the door, trying to convince myself it was over, that I was imagining things, that it wasn't real. But I knew. I could feel it. Patient. Waiting. Watching. The shadows inside the hallway seemed darker now, denser. The air felt heavy, like I was breathing underwater. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, loud enough to drown out anything else. And yet, I could still feel those eyes on me. We left that night. I don't remember much of the walk back to the car. I don't remember speaking. I just remember the hollow feeling in my chest, the weight in my stomach, the knowledge that I had seen something that no one else could. Something that would haunt me, always, because it was patient, and I was its witness. Even now, sometimes, late at night, I see it again. Just a glimpse, a flash at the edge of my vision, pressed against the bars. Pale, hollow, watching, waiting, not angry, not cruel, just aware. And I know, deep down, that one day it will be patient enough to wait for me alone, to have its moment with me, when no one else is around to see. I don't know how long I can keep avoiding it, how long I can keep pretending it wasn't real, but I know this much. It saw me, and I saw it. And now, that is enough. I didn't think I would ever go back. Not really. The memory of cell door 14 had stayed with me for years, haunting the edges of every quiet moment, every dark hallway I walked through, every time I closed my eyes. It was like a shadow clinging to me, patient, watching, reminding me of what I had seen and what no one else had. I tried to bury it, tried to convince myself that it had been imagination, that the face, the scratches, the cold presence, all of it, was just fear twisting reality. But the fear never went away. It settled into my chest, a weight I carried like a stone, and eventually, I realized I had to see it again. Not out of curiosity, not out of bravery, but because leaving it unknown felt like leaving a wound open. Years later, I found myself at the edge of that prison. The gates were rusted, tall and intimidating, swinging slightly in the wind. I hesitated, fingers gripping the cold metal. The memories flooded back. The first time I saw the door, the whispers, the scratches, the pale face. My chest tightened. My legs felt heavy. My mind screamed at me to turn around. My heart wanted to see it anyway. Inside, everything was worse. The building smelled older, fouler, like decay had seeped deeper into the walls. The corridors were darker, colder, and every step I took echoed through the emptiness like a shout. The air was thick, pressing against my skin, clinging to my lungs. Shadows pooled at the corners of my vision, moving in ways I didn't expect. Or maybe they weren't moving at all, and my imagination was betraying me. I walked past the open cells. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floors. Rusted hinges squeaked softly when I brushed against them. I could feel the weight of the building pressing down on me, heavy and silent, patient. Every instinct told me to run. Every memory told me to run. But I didn't. I kept walking toward cell door 14. And there it was. Same as always. Locked. Solid. Ancient. Patient. The lock hadn't changed. The metal hadn't rusted further, not that I could see. It was like it had resisted time, waiting for me. I ran my fingers along the cold iron. It was smooth in some places, rough in others, worn by decades of neglect, by years of nothing. I pressed my forehead against it. I could almost feel the presence behind it, patient and still. And then I noticed the scratches, fresh scratches, long, jagged, clawing along the inside of the metal bars. Not old, not rusted, new, as if whatever had been behind that door had been waiting for me, waiting, watching, and now marking the passage of time with deliberate, cruel intent. My chest tightened. I could feel my pulse in my throat, in my temples, in my hands. I wanted to run, to look away, to pretend it wasn't real, but I couldn't. The scratches seemed to move, shifting in the corners of my eyes, like they were alive, like they were reaching for me. I swallowed hard, heart hammering, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Rats, maybe, or falling debris. But I knew better. That door had been locked for decades. That cell had been empty, and yet these scratches were fresh. I pressed my ear to the metal, bracing for a sound, bracing for nothing. And I heard it. Faint, wet, deliberate scratching, moving across the floor, dragging along the walls. Inside, behind the door, patient, waiting. It was the rhythm I remembered, the same slow, precise movements from years ago, as if the entity inside hadn't stopped, hadn't slept, hadn't forgotten me for a single second. I staggered back, flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam bounced across the walls, cutting through darkness, but it felt like no light could reach the presence behind that door. Shadows shifted. The air seemed heavier, thicker, pressing into my lungs. I could feel the heartbeat of something patient, something ancient, something awake. I knelt, examining the scratches closer. They weren't random. They had shape, purpose, meaning I couldn't understand. A pattern almost, like a message I wasn't meant to read. My fingers brushed against the cold iron, and I swear I felt something brush back. Not fingers, Not hands exactly, but a pressure, subtle and cold, reaching through the metal as if trying to test me, to measure my resolve. I stumbled back, falling onto the floor. My mind reeled. I remembered the first time I had seen the face. Hollow eyes, pale skin, pressed against the bars. I remembered the whispers, the sense of being watched, the weight pressing into me. And now, it was still here. Patient, waiting, watching. I could hear faint whispers, soft, unintelligible, brushing at the edges of my mind. Not quite words, not quite sounds, but a presence that made my skin crawl. It was familiar and alien all at once, like a memory I hadn't lived yet, a fear I hadn't imagined. My chest ached. My throat felt raw. I wanted to leave, wanted to run, but my feet refused. My body refused. Something about that door held me there, rooted in place, drawn by the same curiosity and fear that had kept me coming back. I pressed my hands against the metal. The scratches were jagged, deep in places, shallow in others, but every line told me something. Something patient. Something cruel. Something alive in its own unnatural way. I whispered to it. Just a word. Anything. My voice cracked, echoing in the empty corridor. Nothing happened. And yet, I felt it. Felt a response. Not a sound, not a movement. Just the pressure behind the metal, patient, deliberate, waiting, testing me, watching me. The air shifted. Shadows lengthened. I could feel my skin crawl. My flashlight flickered. Filled the hallway. My heart hammered. I wanted to tear my eyes away, but I couldn't. The scratches, the door, the presence, it held me. And then I saw it. A flash. Pale. Hollow eyes, pressed against the bars. Watching me. Not moving, not blinking, not alive in any way I could recognize, but aware. Always aware. Patient. Waiting. I gasped, stumbling backward. My flashlight rolled across the floor, spinning light across the corridor. The shadows shifted. The air pressed in. My lungs burned. My chest tightened. And still, the door remained locked. Solid. Ancient. Unyielding. I don't know how long I stayed there. Minutes? Hours? I could feel the scratches beneath the metal, under the surface, like something trying to break through without opening the door. I could hear whispers in the dark, faint, teasing, patient, telling me things I didn't want to hear, things I could never understand. Eventually I left. Somehow my legs moved, dragging me away from the door. I didn't look back. I didn't speak. I just ran until the building was behind me, until the cold night air hit my face, until the shadows were far enough to feel safe. Safe, though the weight in my chest remained. Years have passed since that night. I've tried to live, to move on, to forget. But I can't. I know that door is still there, locked, solid, patient, and I know the scratches are still inside, fresh, waiting, marking time, waiting for me, waiting for someone, waiting for whatever comes next. Sometimes, late at night, I can hear the scratches in my dreams, the same wet, deliberate rhythm, moving, pacing, patient. I wake up in sweat, chest tight, hands trembling. I try to tell myself it's nothing. I try to tell myself it's just memory, but I know better. I know cell door 14 is still locked. I know it waits. I know it remembers. And one day, it will test me again. And I will be ready. Or I will be taken. I never thought I'd go back. Not really. I left the prison behind years ago, walked out one last time thinking I had closed that chapter forever. But sometimes the past doesn't stay where it belongs. Sometimes it lingers, pulling you back with hands you can't see. I remember the first step inside the solitary wing. Even after all those years, the air hit me like a wall. heavy, stale, bitter with the smell of iron, decay, and old sweat. I had been a guard once, back when the prison still held life behind those walls, but now it was silent, dead, empty, yet somehow alive, in the wrong way. The corridors stretched endlessly, narrow and low-ceilinged, lined with the cells where men and women had spent days, weeks, months alone. I ran my fingers along the walls, cold, rough cement, but somehow warmer than the steel doors. I didn't know why. I knew every corner. I had patrolled these halls countless nights, flashlight in hand, keys jangling at my belt. But it felt different now. Hollow, like the building had exhaled after years of holding its breath. The doors were all closed, heavy metal with small barred windows that had been scratched and dented by desperate hands over decades. Some of the locks were broken, hanging loose, but the air still felt locked tight. Every cell seemed to hum with memory, with something I couldn't name. I told myself it was just my imagination, my guilt replaying over and over. I had locked people away, isolated them, made them sit in darkness. I had watched. I had heard everything. And now, returning, I could feel their presence again, whispering through the empty halls. I stopped in front of cell 7. I remembered him. The man who had screamed every night, who scratched at the bars until his fingers bled. I had heard him, smelled the fear that poured from him, and done nothing. And here, years later, the echoes were still there. I pressed my ear against the metal. Silence. But I could feel it in my chest, in the way my heart trembled. Something was waiting to speak. Something patient. The flashlight flickered in my hand. I cursed under my breath, but I knew it wasn't the bulb. The air itself seemed to shimmer, shifting in the corners of my eyes. Shadows pooled in places they shouldn't be. The lines of the walls bent slightly. My mind tried to rationalize, tried to say it was fatigue or memory playing tricks. But the feeling of being watched was undeniable, unmistakable. I walked further, past the cells, past the echoes of my own footsteps, the floor groaning under weight it hadn't carried in years. The air grew colder, my breath fogged in front of me. I could almost taste the fear that had once filled this wing. Not mine. Not entirely. The air still carried it, lingering like smoke that refused to leave. And then I saw it. At the end of the hall, one door slightly ajar. The others were closed, silent. But this one, it moved differently. Shadows pooled inside, but not like they were cast by my flashlight. They shifted, alive, writhing just beyond comprehension. I told myself it was a trick, the way light bends and the mind interprets shapes. But my gut screamed otherwise. I took a step closer. The hinges creaked, a long, wet groan that seemed to echo from far away and right next to me at the same time. My hand hovered over the cold metal. I felt it before I saw it. A pressure, subtle but insistent, like the room itself was breathing. I swallowed hard. My pulse hammered. My fingers brushed the door. The air shifted sharply. Inside it was dark, impossibly dark, thicker than the rest of the wing. The smell was worse here, stale, rotten, like someone had been trapped and decayed in the corner. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to step inside. Each footstep echoed, bouncing off walls and iron bars, mingling with memories I had tried to bury. Screams, whispers, clanging of doors, the cries of men and women left alone with their thoughts, with shadows, with silence. I stopped in the center of the small room. The bars pressed close, surrounding me with echoes of past confinement. I remembered sitting here once, leaning against the door, counting hours, thinking of what I had to do, what I had to enforce. Now, years later,
I could almost feel the presence of those who had passed through. Their memories lingered, restless, brushing against my skin like cold fingers. The light of my flashlight flickered again, and I saw it, or thought I did. A shadow at the far corner, pressed tight against the wall. No shape, no face, but a sense of focus, as if it was watching me, waiting. I told myself to blink, to rationalize. But when I did, it didn't move. Or maybe it moved with me, following, patient, silent. I stepped back toward the door. My heart hammered. I could hear my own breath, ragged and sharp, and then scratching. Faint at first, coming from the corner of the room, dragging along the concrete floor. My stomach turned. My mind scrambled for reasons. Rats, debris, something simple. But the sound didn't match anything natural. It had intent. Purpose. And it paused whenever I tried to focus on it, teasing me, patient, watching. I felt my fingers twitch, reaching toward the wall. Something compelled me to touch, to understand, to confront. The scratchings grew louder, slow, deliberate, insistent, echoing in my chest as much as my ears. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, I wanted to forget. But my legs refused. My body felt tethered by something unseen. The shadow moved then. Subtle, barely perceptible. I turned sharply, flashlight cutting across the floor and walls. Nothing. Nothing but darkness and the faint lingering smell of decay. But I felt it. Always. Patiently. Waiting. My pulse spiked. My hands shook. The room felt alive, breathing, aware of me in a way I couldn't escape. I knelt, pressing my hand to the floor. The scratchings were closer now, faint lines tracing the concrete, shallow and jagged, as if something had walked on the walls, on the floor just out of reach. I could almost hear a whisper, soft, teasing, unintelligible. Not words, not exactly, but a sound that made my skin crawl, my spine tingle, my stomach twist. I forced myself to stand. The room seemed smaller now, walls bending slightly inward, closing. Shadows pressed at the corners, lengthening unnaturally. My flashlight flickered again. I wanted to turn it off, to leave, to escape. But something inside me wouldn't let me. Some foolish part of me, desperate to know, to see, to confront what I had locked away in memory. I walked toward the far wall. The scratching stopped. Silence. Then a faint pressure, like a breath brushing against my neck. I spun around. Nothing. Nothing but cold metal, dark corners, and the echo of my own heartbeat. I could feel something in the room with me. Not human, not entirely, patient, waiting, curious. The air grew thicker. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't. My memories of this wing, of the prisoners, of the darkness, of my self-enforcing isolation, it all pressed down on me. The room, the shadows, the scratches, they were alive in a way I could feel, brushing against my mind, teasing the edges of reason. I stepped back toward the door. My hand on the cold metal, I whispered, "I remember." The words felt foolish, powerless, but somehow necessary. The shadows shifted. The room seemed to sigh. The scratches traced themselves faintly along the wall, long, deliberate, insistent, patient, waiting. I didn't stay longer. I walked out, each step heavy, heart hammering, lungs burning, aware that the solitary wing had remembered me, had marked me, had watched me. The doors loomed behind me, locked cells filled with shadows and whispers, patient and silent, waiting for the next foolish soul who thought they could enter and leave unchanged. Outside, I took a deep breath, cold night air filling my lungs. I thought I was free. I thought I had left it behind. But the weight of the wing followed me. The scratches, the whispers, the shadows, they lingered, always patient, always waiting. Even now, when I close my eyes, I feel it. The touch of a presence behind me. The scratches along the walls of my mind. The patient, patient silence of the cells. And I know, deep down, I'll never truly leave that wing behind. It waits. And so do I. I should have known better. That's what I kept telling myself, even as the door slammed behind me with a final hollow clang. I should have known better than to wander too far, to let curiosity pull me into the pitch-black corridor. But I was alone now, completely alone, locked in a cell no one had bothered to check in decades. The first thing I noticed was the dark. Not just darkness, but a thick, almost physical weight pressing against my skin. It wrapped around my chest, squeezed my lungs, filled the small cell until it felt like I was drowning in shadow. I raised my hands, fumbled for my flashlight, but it was gone. I didn't even remember dropping it. Panic settled in like a living thing, crawling up my spine, slithering into my stomach. Then I heard it. Whispers. Soft, indistinct, almost too quiet to register. At first I thought it was the wind, echoing through the hallways, bouncing against the walls in strange patterns. But the sound was too precise, too deliberate. It moved in layers, overlapping, brushing against my ears in ways that made my skin crawl. I froze, straining to hear, trying to understand. I whispered, my voice cracking. My words sounded small, swallowed by the darkness. The whispers didn't stop. They didn't answer. They weren't human, not entirely. There was a rhythm to them, a cadence, almost like they were speaking directly into my mind, pressing against my thoughts with careful, patient insistence. My pulse thundered in my ears. I could feel my heartbeat in my hands, in my throat, vibrating like a warning drum. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to feel the solid comfort of concrete, something tangible in a world that had suddenly become unmoored. But the darkness pressed closer, filling the corners, slipping into the cracks, like it had been waiting for me all along. Then I felt it, a hand, light, brushing along my arm. Not enough to leave a mark, not enough to truly touch, and yet, I felt it. Cold, deliberate, grazing the skin in a way that made my nerves flare, my stomach twist. My mind screamed at me to pull away, to strike out, to run. But my limbs were frozen, rooted in place. Something was testing me, measuring me, waiting for a reaction. I flinched, tried to tell myself it was my imagination, my nerves, the years of isolation and memory bending reality. But I knew better. I had felt too many things in that prison to mistake sensation for fiction. The solitary wing remembered me. It remembered every fear, every heartbeat, every mistake I had ever made. And now it was speaking, patiently, carefully. The whispers grew louder, shifting around me like water. I could feel them brushing against my skin, against my thoughts. Sometimes they sounded like words, barely formed, sometimes like sighs or soft, mocking laughter. I pressed my palms over my ears, rocking slightly, trying to escape, but the sound was inside me now, pressing against my skull, burrowing into the spaces between my nerves. My knees hit the floor. I could feel the cold seeping through my jeans, through my skin, anchoring me to the concrete. The hand brushed again. Or maybe it was more than one. A weight along my arm, something subtle yet undeniably present. I gasped, head whipping around, expecting to see something, anything, and yet there was only black, complete, suffocating black. I tried to speak, tried to tell it to stop, tried to anchor myself in reality. I'm here. I know you're here. My voice sounded ridiculous, swallowed by the darkness. But the whispers didn't stop. If anything, they became more deliberate, moving closer, circling around me, brushing my shoulders, my neck, my arms. I could feel them everywhere. Patient, patient, patient. Time lost meaning. Seconds stretched into minutes that felt like hours. I had no way of knowing. No sense of direction, no sense of escape. My chest burned. My lungs were tight. Every instinct screamed to run, to fight, to resist. But resistance felt wrong. It felt like a mistake. Like anger or fear would only make the presence angrier, more aware. I remembered the first time I had seen Seldor 14 years ago. The face pressed against the bars, hollow eyes, patient, curious. The memory rose in my mind like a ghost, and I felt a flicker of recognition in the darkness. This presence, it was not human, not alive in any way I could understand, and yet it was aware. It was patient, waiting for me to unravel, waiting for me to understand that I had walked into something far older than I was. The hand grazed again, this time deliberate, almost affectionate in its horror. I flinched, head snapping to the side, muscles tensing. It didn't leave a mark. It didn't need to. I could feel it under my skin, in my nerves, pulling, tugging at memories I hadn't wanted to revisit. Screams from years ago, isolation, cold nights patrolling the wing, standing over men and women locked in darkness. All of it came rushing back, and with it came the whispers. I don't know how long I stayed on the floor, pressed against the cold wall, listening, feeling, remembering. The whispers didn't pause. The hand didn't leave. My mind fractured in small ways, memory folding over memory, horror stacking on horror, until I wasn't sure where I ended and the darkness began. I tried to move. My fingers dragged along the wall, scraping against concrete, finding the faint grooves where paint had peeled away. The hand followed, brushing my forearm. Patient, testing, waiting. I thought about screaming, calling out, pounding on the door. But what would that accomplish? No one would hear me. No one ever had. Not truly. Not in the way that mattered. The darkness seemed to thicken, molding around me, pressing in closer, whispering in tones I could not understand, but knew were intentional. It was curious, patient, a weight behind every thought, every breath. I realized I had been here before, in this mental space, years ago, patrolling, standing over shadows, hearing whispers in the wing long after the prisoners had stopped making sound. It was all connected. The wing, the cells, the darkness. It remembered. And now it was marking me, inscribing me into memory, just as I had inscribed fear into others. A flash of memory hit me. The first time I had felt truly alone in the wing. The first scream I couldn't stop. The first whisper I had pretended not to hear. I realized then that the present was layered atop the past. The whispers were old, new, and eternal all at once. The hand brushing my arm was not just a sensation, it was history, guilt, awareness, patience. I wanted to cry. I wanted to beg. I wanted to flee. But my body wouldn't obey. The darkness had me. The whispers had me. The hand had me. It was not violent. It was deliberate, testing me, waiting for me to understand, waiting for me to remember, waiting for me to fracture. I whispered again. My voice cracked, small and insignificant in the overwhelming black. The hand paused for a heartbeat. The whispers shifted. They moved closer, tighter, circling, brushing, insistent. I felt my stomach twist. My heart hammered. My mind teetered on the edge of comprehension. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The hand vanished. The whispers dissolved into the black. Silence pressed down,
heavier than any sound, denser than the shadows themselves. My ears rang, my chest ached. I was trembling from head to toe, and yet I felt eyes, or whatever they were, still watching, patient, waiting for the next moment of weakness. I collapsed onto the floor, gasping, shivering, trying to breathe. I could feel the darkness around me, alive, patient, unyielding. I pressed my face to the cold concrete, desperate for some small comfort, some grounding. Nothing. The cell had swallowed me whole, memory, fear, and present all folded together, and yet it was patient, always patient, waiting. Eventually, I found the strength to stand. I pressed my back to the door, listening, feeling, waiting for the smallest hint that the darkness was returning. The whispers had gone for now, but the sensation lingered. The weight, the pressure, the patient awareness. It had not left me. It would not leave me. Not truly. I forced the door open when the key finally turned in the lock. I stumbled out, gasping for air, feeling the cold night outside my lungs like a blessing. But even in the light, I could sense it, in my bones, in my skin, in my chest. The whispers had marked me. The hand had left an imprint I could not see but could feel. Patient. Waiting. Curious. I left that night, but I knew it would follow me. Always. The solitary wing, the darkness, the whispers, they were patient, eternal, and I would never be free. Even now, years later, when I close my eyes, I can feel it. Fingers brushing my arm, soft whispers along the edges of thought, patient, waiting, knowing. And I know, deep down, that it has not forgotten me. I don't even remember exactly how I got out. Not fully. I remember crawling, dragging myself along the floor, pressing my palms against the cold, rough concrete, feeling the weight of darkness pressing in from all sides. Every instinct screamed at me to stop, to turn around, to accept it, but I couldn't. I had to get out. I had to breathe air that wasn't soaked in shadow. My hands slipped on something wet, cold, sticky. I looked down, too late. Handprints, not my own. Clawing marks, thin, pale, pressing across my sleeves, my chest, smearing along my jeans. I tried to wipe them off, frantically, but the prints didn't fade. They weren't superficial. They were embedded in the fabric, almost alive, shifting slightly when I looked away. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Something had been with me, something I should never have seen, should never have touched. I crawled faster, dragging my knees and elbows along the floor. My skin burned from the friction, but I didn't care. Every inch I gained toward the exit was a small victory, a fragile hope against the weight pressing on me from the shadows. I could feel it behind me, patient, waiting, and every step I took seemed to echo in its awareness. I remembered the whispers in the black, the soft brushing of a hand across my arm, the way the darkness had molded itself around me, patient, deliberate, calculating. I felt it again, pressing against my back as I moved, a subtle, suffocating presence. And still, somehow, I kept going. The corridor stretched on, longer than it should have. My flashlight had long since been lost or dropped. My breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. Every sound, the scrape of my clothes against concrete, the distant groan of the building settling, felt amplified, reverberating through the silence like a scream. I kept telling myself it was just the building, old walls, creaking, not shadows, not whispers, not something alive behind me, but I knew better. I remembered the face I had glimpsed years ago in cell door 14. Hollow eyes, pale skin pressed against cold metal, watching, patient, curious, waiting.
I could feel that same awareness brushing at my mind now, pressing at my nerves as if it was drawing me forward, testing me, guiding me. My hands slid along the floor. The cold seeped into my bones. I could feel the prints moving along my clothes as though the handprints were alive, crawling, shifting across my body. I shook violently, trying to dislodge them, but they wouldn't budge. I could feel the faint pressure of fingers, stretching, probing, lingering on my arms, my shoulders, my chest. I stumbled, scraping against a wall. My palms were raw, smeared with grime and something else. Something sticky, cold, almost like the shadow itself had left a mark. I tried to shake it off, rubbing frantically against the concrete, but the prints remained. More than prints. They were signatures of presence, proof that I had not been alone, that something had followed me, touched me, haunted me every inch of the way. I could hear it then. Not whispers, not words, just a sound under the floor, under the walls, under the air. A shift, a scrape, like claws dragging slowly, deliberately. I froze, breath catching in my throat. The sound moved with me. Not ahead, not behind. With me. Always patient, always aware. Waiting. I didn't think. I crawled. I dragged myself forward, knees scraping, hands raw, lungs burning. The air grew lighter as I neared the exit, though it was still thick with the weight of whatever had touched me. The handprints pressed into my clothes like cold reminders, spreading, stretching across the fabric as if marking me for something I couldn't yet understand. I reached the final corner of the corridor. The doorway loomed ahead, faint light spilling from the cracks at the edges. Freedom. Relief. But even as I reached for it, even as my fingers brushed the metal, I felt the weight behind me shift. The air grew colder, a brush against my back, subtle but unmistakable. Patient. Testing. Waiting. I stumbled through the doorway, falling onto the outside concrete, gasping, shaking, clothes slick with grime and those handprints. I could feel them still, faint pressure along my arms and chest, lingering, proof of presence, proof of what I had escaped. But the moment I stood, the night air rushing against my skin, the darkness pressing against the edges of the prison walls, I felt a small, fragile relief. I was out. And yet, I wasn't. The handprints didn't fade. Not in the light. Not in the cold night air. I lifted my arms, staring in disbelief. Pale, shifting, lingering impressions, tracing the path of contact. Some seemed almost to move when I wasn't looking, stretching along my sleeves, across my chest. My heart hammered, and I realized the truth. Whatever had touched me in the darkness had left more than fingerprints. It had left a memory, a presence, a claim. I ran then. Not walking, not cautiously. Ran across the yard, the cold night air stinging my lungs, muscles burning. My clothes clung to me, soaked with sweat and grime, and yet the handprints persisted. I dared not look back. I didn't want to see shadows gathering, didn't want to acknowledge the patient, deliberate awareness that had followed me out. I reached my car. My hands shook as I fumbled for the keys. Every instinct told me I had to get away, to escape, to forget. But I knew better. The darkness doesn't forget. The shadows don't forget. And the handprints, they would remain. Proof. Evidence. A reminder that what I had encountered had not belonged in this world, and yet it had touched mine. I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. Pale, haggard, clothes smeared with grime, wet, heavy, and on my sleeves, faint but unmistakable, the handprints. I rubbed at them, frantically. But they didn't go away. I could feel them pressing along my skin, an almost physical sensation. Patient, waiting, observing. I drove through the night, speeding, trying to outrun memory, trying to outrun the weight pressing on my mind. But it followed me. Always.
I felt it in the brush of a sleeve against my arm, in the shift of the seat beneath me, in the faint tug of awareness at the edges of thought. I was not alone. Not really. Not ever again. By the time I reached my apartment, I was shaking so violently I could barely stand. I stripped my clothes in the bathroom, throwing them into the tub. The handprints remained. I stared, paralyzed, at the faint impressions left behind. They were proof. Proof that I had touched something I shouldn't have, that it had touched me, that it had left a part of itself with me, lingering, patient, waiting. I tried to scrub. Soap, water, scrubbing brushes. Nothing removed them. I finally sank to the floor, soaked, trembling, chest heaving, staring at my hands. Empty. But the memory remained. The sensation remained. The handprints were more than physical. They were mental, spiritual. A claim, a tether I could not escape. Sleep didn't come that night, nor the next. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen when I looked away. Every brush of air against my skin felt deliberate. My reflection sometimes flickered in the mirror, a pale hint of something watching, waiting, patient. I tried to tell myself it was guilt, memory, imagination. But the handprints proved otherwise. Something had followed me out. Something that had never belonged. I don't know if I'll ever be free. The marks on my clothes, the lingering sensation on my skin, the weight pressing on my chest, all tell me one thing. It remembers me. Patiently. Watching. Waiting. And someday, I know, it will reach for me again. Until then, I live with the evidence. The handprints that should not exist. The presence that should not exist. The knowledge that what I escaped from in the darkness is still with me, inscribed into every fiber, every nerve, every memory. And I know, deep down, that it has not forgotten me. I never meant to go into the warden's office. Not at first. I had just been exploring, poking around the old abandoned prison. The kind of place that city legends cling to, where graffiti screams off the walls and the air tastes of rust and decay. But when I saw the door at the end of that narrow hallway, slightly ajar, with the faintest glint of brass on the handle, I couldn't resist. Inside it was different. The rest of the prison had been looted, broken, burned in places. But this office was intact, pristine, in a way that made my skin crawl. Dust settled on the furniture like a blanket of silence, and the air smelled of paper, ink, and something else I couldn't name. Heavy, expectant. The kind of smell that presses against your chest when you realize you're not alone, even if there's no one there. On the desk sat the ledger, thick, leather-bound, its cover cracked and worn from years of use, yet somehow forbidding. It seemed to draw me in, as though it had been waiting, patient, untouched by time, waiting for someone like me to open it. I reached out, hesitated, and felt the weight in my hands. It was heavier than it should have been. Not just the paper, not just the leather, but something else. Something inside it, pressing, waiting. I opened it slowly. The pages were yellowed, ink faded in some places, but legible. Names, dates, records of people who had passed through this place. Every entry meticulous, clinical, but the handwriting carried something odd. Sharp edges, loops that lingered, like the pen had trembled over certain names, certain lines. And then I noticed the annotations, tiny marks in the margins, circles, underlines, little symbols I couldn't read. But they were deliberate. They weren't random. I traced them with my finger, heart thumping, feeling a shiver crawl down my spine. Every mark seemed to hum in the silence, pulling me deeper, reminding me that this place had eyes, always watching, always recording. I flipped further through the pages. Names I didn't recognize, dates I didn't know, punishments, confinements, remarks about behavior, about obedience. And then I saw it. The section for solitary confinement. Rows upon rows of names, each one carefully catalogued, precise, yet somehow fearful. Notes about resistance, fear, despair. I could feel it on my skin, the lingering presence of every person who had passed through these walls. I tried to shake it off. Just old paper, I told myself. Just ink and time. But the air shifted, subtle at first, brushing against my neck, my arms. The silence became heavier, the shadows in the corners deepening. I could feel the weight of something behind me, patient, aware, lingering in the edges of the room. I closed the ledger for a moment, breathing heavily. The desk seemed too large, too heavy, pressing down on me. I could hear faint sounds, almost like whispers, brushing against the edges of perception. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the wind through broken windows. But the wind doesn't whisper names. The wind doesn't trace tiny marks in the margins of a ledger, anticipating your touch, your attention, your curiosity. I opened it again. One name caught my eye. I don't know why. The ink seemed darker here, fresher, though the page was yellowed and brittle. I ran my finger over it. The moment I touched the page, I felt it, a subtle pressure, like the ledger itself exhaling beneath my hand. A presence. Not alive, not human, not anything I could name, but aware. Waiting. Patient. The room grew colder. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the sensation, but the shadows seemed to lean closer, listening. The faint creak of the ceiling above sounded like footsteps. My pulse hammered in my ears. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not while the ledger sat there, heavy and watchful. I could feel it tugging at my attention, at my thoughts, at something deep inside me that had been dormant, curious, reckless. I turned a page. More names. More notes. One line in particular made my stomach twist. It read, "Observation, unresponsive. Patient in darkness, no interaction." I froze. My pulse leapt. The wording was clinical, precise, and yet I knew that note was more than record. It was acknowledgement, recognition, some awareness beyond ink and paper. I leaned closer. Shadows pooled beneath the desk, stretching toward me like fingers. My flashlight had slipped from my pocket earlier, and now I had no light but the faint gray of dust-filtered sunlight through grimy windows. The room felt smaller, tighter, the walls pressing closer. I could hear my own breathing, ragged, as though it had been magnified 100 times, bouncing off unseen corners. And then I felt it. A brush. Just at the edge of my hand, light, almost teasing. My skin prickled. I jerked my hand back and the ledger tilted slightly as though reacting to the motion. The air grew colder. Shadows stretched farther. I swallowed hard, heart hammering, trying to anchor myself in reason. Just paper, I told myself. Just dust and time. But my mind was whispering otherwise. Something in this office, in this ledger, had noticed me. Patiently, deliberately. I traced the annotations again. Circles, loops, tiny symbols. Some seemed almost like warnings. Others, invitations. I couldn't tell which was which, and the uncertainty gnawed at me. The room seemed to breathe with me, waiting for my next move. The shadows in the corners twitched, subtle but undeniable, as if observing my hesitation. I flipped back to the beginning of the ledger. The first entries were clean, clinical, and then it began. The markings. Over time, over years, they became more frequent, more intricate. Names circled, crossed out, highlighted in ways my mind couldn't fully register. I realized that whoever had written these notes, whoever had annotated these pages, had been interacting with something else, something unseen, something patient, something that lingered even after the ink dried. I couldn't leave. Not yet. My curiosity was a chain, pulling me deeper. I flipped to the section for disciplinary actions, notes about isolation, punishment, observation. The names here were accompanied by subtle symbols I couldn't identify. I traced one with my finger and it felt warm. Not heat exactly. Pressure. Awareness. As though the ledger had remembered me, had recognized me as someone who should see this. Someone patient. Someone reckless. The shadows shifted again. I felt the faintest whisper at the edge of hearing, unintelligible but deliberate. Not words, not exactly, more like a voice brushing along my thoughts, testing, waiting. I swallowed hard. The ledger seemed heavier now, pulling at my hands, my arms, almost alive in its presence. I closed my eyes for a moment, breathing, counting, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Dust in the air, shadows in corners, memories of the prison layering themselves over reality. But when I opened them, the ledger, it had shifted slightly. Not moved entirely, just a subtle tilt. A tilt that suggested patience, curiosity, awareness. I leaned over again, flipped to a later section. One name repeated, circled, underlined, annotated with a symbol I hadn't noticed before. My stomach twisted. The handwriting was jagged, almost frantic. The note read, "Subject unobserved by staff. Noted presence." I felt a chill press against my spine. I wasn't the first to encounter this. And perhaps I wouldn't be the last. I could feel the office itself pressing in. The walls, the desk, the ledger. It was all aware, patient, waiting. My pulse hammered. My fingers trembled as I traced the worn edges of the pages, trying to anchor myself in something real. But the ledger didn't allow me grounding. It demanded attention, demanded observation, demanded acknowledgement. I closed the ledger finally, slowly, deliberately. The room seemed to exhale. Shadows receded slightly, though the weight remained. The air was still thick, expectant, as though something had been watching my every movement, measuring, recording. I stepped back, heart hammering. I needed air, space, light. But the ledger had claimed a part of me. Something in its pages had pressed against my mind, lingered, patient. I realized I would think about it constantly. Names, annotations, whispers of presence, the weight of observation, the sense that nothing in that office or in the ledger had ever truly been empty. I left the office carefully, stepping over broken furniture, over decades of dust and decay. The corridor outside seemed darker, narrower, the shadows reaching, waiting. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. But I knew. I knew that ledger would remain, watching, patient, waiting. And I knew deep down that I had been observed, not just by walls or air or memory, by something in the pages themselves, something that lingered, something patient, something deliberate. I walked away slowly, heart hammering, hands trembling. But I carried the memory with me, the ledger, the annotations, the whispers, the subtle, deliberate presence of something that had been waiting for me to notice it. I knew I would never forget, and I knew that the ledger had not forgotten me. I couldn't stop thinking about the ledger. Even after leaving the warden's office, the smell of old paper and ink clung to my clothes, to my hair, to the corners of my mind. I kept seeing the names, the tiny symbols, the annotations. I kept seeing the way the pages seemed almost alive,
waiting for someone to notice them. So the next day, I went back. I told myself it was curiosity, research, a need to understand. The office was exactly as I had left it. Dust settled on the chair, the desk, the floor, but the ledger sat in the same place, heavy, waiting. I hesitated at the threshold, my hand on the door frame. The air was colder this time, thicker, almost tasting of iron and decay. I swallowed and stepped inside. The shadows pooled in the corners, dense and patient, as though the room itself remembered me. I opened the ledger, careful, deliberate. The first few pages were familiar. Names, dates, the same meticulous records. But as I flipped further, I noticed something I hadn't before. Red ink. Names crossed out, struck through with heavy, deliberate lines. Not neat, not casual. Each line was purposeful, final. Some were scribbled over with jagged marks, others with loops that lingered like a cruel smile. My pulse quickened. Why hadn't I seen this before? I traced the first name with my finger. The ink was dry, cracked, but the pressure beneath my fingertips felt alive, as though something beneath the page was pulsing, aware of my touch. My stomach churned. Every crossed-out name seemed to carry weight, as though erasing the name hadn't removed the person, only marked them in some other way. I flipped the page slowly. More names crossed out, more heavy red lines. And then, drawings. Strange, grotesque sketches in the margins, thin black lines curling around the names, wrapping them, enclosing them. Figures that were almost human, but not. Limbs twisted, heads elongated, eyes hollow. Some seemed to move when I looked away, subtle shifts, barely perceptible, as if the paper itself was breathing. I leaned closer, heart hammering. Each drawing carried an intent, a focus. The figures were not random. They were deliberate, a record, a memory, a warning. I traced one with my finger. I felt it before I saw it. The brush of cold, like fingers along my skin, light, deliberate, teasing. My hands shook. I jerked back. The shadows in the room deepened, pooling at the corners, aware, patient, waiting. I flipped further. Entire sections of names crossed out. My stomach twisted. The notes weren't just records of confinement or punishment anymore. They were acknowledgement, recognition. The ledger, it was aware. The room was aware. And I had disturbed it. The drawings became more intricate. Symbols curling around the names, weaving in and out, forming shapes I couldn't fully recognize. Eyes, hands, tendrils of ink reaching toward the edges of the page. I felt my pulse spike. The air pressed against my chest. I could hear my own breathing echoing. And beneath it all, whispers. Faint at first, teasing, circling the edges of my thoughts. I tried to convince myself it was imagination. Ink, shadows, old paper. But the red lines seemed sharper than they should have been, the drawings darker, more deliberate. I traced another name. The moment my fingers touched the page, I felt a pressure along my arm, a brush of sensation, cold, patient. My heart raced. I jerked back again, knocking the ledger slightly. The desk groaned. The shadows shifted. I sat back, hands shaking, staring at the page. Names crossed out, drawings, symbols, all deliberate, all aware. I could feel them pressing against my mind, testing me, gauging me, waiting for a reaction. I realized then that I was not alone. The ledger, the office, the shadows, they were watching. Patient, curious, calculating. I flipped to the middle of the book. Entire pages filled with red ink, entire sections erased, obliterated.
The drawings were grotesque, more animated, more alive, limbs curling, eyes staring from the paper following me. I rubbed my eyes, telling myself to blink, to breathe, to stay rational. But the sensation remained. The presence lingered, patient, aware, waiting. My hands shook as I turned page after page. Each red line was deliberate, each drawing intentional. They weren't just records of people, they were markers, warnings, reminders. I could feel the gaze of the ledger, of the shadows in the corners pressing against my nerves. My pulse thundered, my stomach twisted. The whispers grew louder, teasing, brushing along the edges of perception. I remembered the stories I'd heard about the prison. Not from books, not from newspapers, but whispers on the street. People disappearing, guards haunted, strange sounds, unexplainable marks. I had laughed at those stories, dismissed them. And yet here I was, fingertips on pages that carried a weight far beyond ink and paper, breathing, aware, patient. I traced another name with my finger. The red line beneath it seemed to throb, almost like it was alive. My skin prickled. I felt a pressure along my arm again, subtle, deliberate, teasing. I jerked my hand back. My pulse raced. Shadows stretched further into the room, pooling along the edges. The whispers circled, teasing, deliberate, patient. I tried to stand, tried to leave. But my legs felt heavy. My mind was tangled with the ink, the lines, the awareness pressing from the paper. I realized that the ledger had claimed part of me, not physically, not visibly, but in some deeper, more insidious way. Awareness, memory, recognition. It was patient, waiting. I forced myself to breathe, slowly, deliberately. I reminded myself it was ink, paper, shadows, not alive, not aware. But even as I said it, I could feel it, the pressure, the brush along my skin, the patient observation. The office itself seemed to hum, the air thick with anticipation. I opened the ledger again. More names crossed out. More drawings, symbols curling, twisting, alive. Some seemed almost to reach toward me, subtle, teasing. I could feel the pressure, light but insistent, against my fingers, my arms, my shoulders. I swallowed hard. My heart thundered in my chest. I realized then that I could not leave, not fully, not until I understood, not until the ledger allowed me to. The red ink seemed to pulse with each name, each line. Entire pages seemed alive. I traced the margins, following the spirals, the tendrils, the grotesque figures. And I felt them. Not just the brush against my skin, but awareness, observation, patience. The ledger was patient. The shadows were patient. They had waited decades for someone to notice, to see, to touch. And now I had. I flipped back to a section near the beginning. One name repeated, circled, annotated, crossed out multiple times. The drawing beside it seemed almost human, twisted in ways that defied logic. Eyes that followed me, hands that reached toward the edges of the page. I traced the line with my finger. The brush against my arm was immediate, deliberate, chilling. My pulse skyrocketed. My stomach lurched. I forced myself to step back, breathed, tried to calm. The whispers faded slightly, but the awareness remained. Heavy, patient, calculating. I could feel the ledger, the office, the shadows, all watching, waiting, aware of every motion, every thought. I realized then that this place was not abandoned. Not really. It had been waiting, and I had walked right into its gaze. I tried to close the ledger. The room seemed to exhale. Shadows shifted. The pressure along my skin lingered. Names crossed out, drawings twisting, symbols alive. The red ink seemed to throb. I realized with a shiver that the ledger had recorded me as well in its subtle, patient way. My name, my presence, my attention. They had been noted. I left the office slowly, carefully, trying not to disturb anything. The ledger sat on the desk, heavy, patient, waiting for the next set of eyes to notice. The air outside the office seemed thinner, the shadows in the hall stretching longer, aware. I knew then that what I had touched, what I had seen, would follow me, not visibly, not tangibly, but in some deeper way, patient and deliberate. I walked away from the warden's office, hands trembling, heart racing, skin prickling with the memory of the brush, the awareness, the weight of the ledger. Names crossed out, drawings alive, symbols deliberate. I could still feel the pressure, light but insistent, along my arms, my back, my shoulders. The shadows were patient. The ledger was patient. And I knew deep down that they would not forget me. Even now, weeks later, I can feel it. The brush along my arm, the patient, deliberate observation, the lingering weight of every name, every red line, every grotesque drawing. And I know that the ledger remembers me, patiently, waiting, always waiting. I didn't want to go back to the warden's office, not after what I'd seen in the ledger. The red ink, the crossed-out names, the drawings that seemed alive, twisting in the dim light. It had stayed with me, crawling into my thoughts, filling my dreams with lines and shadows I couldn't escape. And yet I found myself walking back through the empty hallways of the prison, drawn like a moth to a flame I knew was dangerous. The building smelled the same as it had the first time: dust, rust, decay. But there was something else now, something subtle, curling into my nose and throat, making my chest tighten. Smoke. A faint, acrid tang, warm and bitter like burning tobacco. I froze at the threshold of the office, hand trembling on the doorframe. There shouldn't have been smoke. Nothing burned here. Nothing should have. I stepped inside slowly. The air was thick. Every inhale tasted of smoke and old paper, and my skin prickled. I swallowed hard. My flashlight, weak as it was, barely illuminated the edges of the desk. Everything else was cloaked in shadow. The ledger lay where I had left it, heavy and patient, as if it had been waiting. But the smell, that scent, was new, alive, and I felt it pressing against my chest. And then I heard it. A cough. Dry, deliberate, rasping. It echoed faintly, bouncing off the walls, though no one should have been here. The sound was intimate, personal, close enough that I imagined it brushing along my ear. I froze. My pulse raced. My mind scrambled for explanations. Dust in my throat. Old pipes. An animal trapped somewhere. But the cough came again, softer this time, teasing, deliberate. And it didn't sound like it came from anywhere in particular. It came from everywhere. From the shadows, from the corners, from the air itself. I took another step in. The office felt smaller, tighter. The shadows seemed to lean toward me, patient, deliberate. I could see faint wisps of smoke curling lazily in the thin shafts of light. Not from a fire, not from a candle, just curling, moving with intent. They clung to the edges of the desk, pooled near the walls, reaching toward the ledger as though drawn to it. My eyes adjusted, and I thought I saw movement in the smoke. A shape, dark and low, gliding along the far wall. At first, I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow of myself reflected in broken glass. But it wasn't. It moved deliberately, pacing, slow, deliberate. Anger radiating from it in waves I could feel pressing against my chest. A hat. I saw the silhouette of a hat, tilted low. I froze. The cough came again, rasping, like it was pressed from the lungs of someone who had not breathed in years.
The smoke curled around the shape, wreathing it in thin, twisting lines that seemed alive, curling and uncurling, anticipating me, teasing me. The shadow paused, tilting its head slightly. The hat obscured whatever face might have been there, but I felt the presence of eyes, patient, aware, judging. I swallowed hard. My hands shook. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn and never look back, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. Something about the shape, the pacing, the smoke. It commanded me, demanded that I stay, that I acknowledge it. My pulse hammered, every instinct screaming at me to flee. Yet I remained, mesmerized, terrified, aware of something ancient and deliberate watching me. I stepped closer to the desk. The ledger. My fingers hovered over the leather cover. The air thickened, and the smell of tobacco intensified, clinging to my skin, my hair, curling into my throat. The shadow shifted slightly as I reached out, pacing, slowing, deliberate, almost theatrical. It was warning me, reminding me. This was its domain. I had stepped into it uninvited. The coughing continued, softer now, rasping, teasing. I realized it wasn't coming from the shape alone. It came from everywhere. From the shadows, from the walls, from the air around me. It was pressing against me, curling through my chest, into my lungs, almost tangible. I gagged, slightly, choking back bile, but I couldn't pull myself away. The ledger called to me as it always had, heavier now, aware, alive. I touched it. The leather was warm under my fingers, heavier than it should have been, almost pulsing. I felt the faintest brush along my arm, a tickle, a pressure, deliberate, as if unseen fingers had grazed my skin. My breath caught. The shadow paused its pacing, tilting the hat as if considering me, measuring me. The smoke around it thickened, curling higher, circling the figure, pressing against the edges of perception. I tried to speak. My voice trembled. I don't want trouble. The words felt hollow, weak, ridiculous. The shadow ignored me, pacing slowly again, deliberate, anger palpable without sound. The coughing echoed, rasping, relentless. I realized then that it didn't need to speak. It didn't need to threaten. Its presence alone was the warning. Its patience, its awareness, its deliberate pacing, the knowledge that it had been here long before me and would remain long after, was enough. I traced a finger over the edge of the ledger. The pages quivered faintly beneath my touch. The red-inked names seemed sharper somehow, curling slightly, aware, responsive. The grotesque drawings twisted faintly, as if moving in the corner of my vision. The smoke thickened around them, clinging, alive, deliberate. I realized then that the ledger had absorbed the presence somehow, remembered it, recorded it. And now it was sharing that memory with me. I stepped back. The shadow mirrored me. Pacing slowed, deliberate, careful, anger simmering beneath the surface. The cough rasped again, quieter now, more intimate, circling me like it had always been there, waiting. I could feel the weight of centuries pressing into me, pressing through the smoke, the shadows, the ledger, into my mind. I stumbled backward, hitting the desk lightly. The ledger shifted slightly beneath my fingers, pages fluttering faintly as though breathing. The shadow paused again, tilting the head slightly, hat low. The smoke curled closer to me now, clinging to my arms, my chest, wrapping around my head like tendrils. The scent of tobacco burned, sweet and acrid, pressing into my lungs. I gagged again, swallowing hard. I knew then that it didn't want to harm me. Not yet. It wanted acknowledgement, observation, fear, understanding. It wanted me to see what I had stumbled into and recognize that this place, this office, the ledger, the shadows, they were not abandoned. Not really. They had waited, patiently, deliberately. And I had walked directly into their gaze. I forced myself to move. Slowly, carefully, keeping eyes on the shape and the smoke, heart hammering, mind racing. The shadow paced behind me, deliberate, aware, patient. The coughing followed, rasping softly, intimate, insistent. The smoke curled around the room, around me, thick and warm, pressing into my chest. I felt every inch of the air alive with presence, aware of my thoughts, my fears, my very pulse. I touched the ledger again, trying to ground myself. Pages shifted beneath my fingers, red lines sharper, drawings twisting subtly. I felt the pressure on my skin, light, deliberate, teasing, like a hand grazing my arm. The shadow paused its pacing for a fraction of a second, hat tilted, and I shivered violently. It had noticed the ledger moving under my touch. It had noticed me. Finally, I stumbled toward the door, breaking eye, or whatever semblance of eyes it had, with the shadow. I could feel it following, patient, deliberate, pacing slower now, aware of every movement I made. The smoke lingered, wrapping in tendrils along the walls, following me like a living thing, acrid, heavy, inescapable. Outside, I gasped, air sharp and real in my lungs. The hallway was long, shadows stretching, twisting with the memory of the office. The scent of tobacco clung faintly to the air, like a ghost, and I could still hear the soft rasp of coughing in my mind, patient, deliberate, waiting. I didn't stop moving until the prison itself was behind me. But even now, weeks later, the smell of smoke drifts unexpectedly into my thoughts. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I swear I hear the rasping cough again, soft, intimate, patient, waiting. Always waiting. I didn't want to go back. Not really. But something inside me, curiosity, recklessness, maybe a need to understand, kept pulling me to that old warden's office. The last time I had been there, the ledger had whispered its secrets, and the red-inked names and grotesque drawings had pressed into my mind. Patient, deliberate. I had thought leaving it behind would leave me alone. I was wrong. The hallway smelled of damp wood and dust when I stepped inside. Sunlight slanted weakly through broken windows, painting streaks across the floorboards, but the shadows clung to the walls like they had weight. I could feel them pressing, patient, aware, following my footsteps as I approached the door. It was slightly ajar, just as I had left it, but this time, the air smelled different. Smoke. Faint, curling, bitter. The tang of burning tobacco, old and acrid, hanging in the stale room like it had been waiting for me. I froze, hand on the doorknob. The smell was impossible. No one should have been here. The prison had been abandoned for years, and yet the smell persisted, curling into my nostrils, tickling the edges of memory. Tobacco. Warm, sweet, clinging. And then I heard it. A cough. Soft, deliberate, rasping. Not outside, not echoing through the hall. Inside. From the office. I swallowed, heart hammering, telling myself it was the building settling, a mouse scratching, an old pipe groaning. But the sound came again. Closer this time, deliberate, intimate, the dry rasp of lungs fighting air. I stepped in. The room was exactly as I had left it. The desk, the ledger, the chair, all untouched. Dust lay thick, except along the edges where someone, or something, had clearly moved. The smell of tobacco clung to the air, heavier now, curling along my skin. I could almost see the smoke curling in thin, twisting wisps, though no fire burned. And then I noticed the shadow. It was subtle at first. Just a darkness along the far wall, deeper than the shadows around it. But it moved, pacing slowly, deliberately,
Back and forth, back and forth, like a predator in a cage. And it wore a hat. A wide-brimmed hat, tilted low, hiding whatever face might have been beneath. Its movements were measured, precise, angry. The kind of anger that didn't scream, didn't shout, but pressed, patient, insistent, heavy. I froze. My chest tightened. My hands trembled, hanging uselessly at my sides. The shadow stopped pacing, tilted its head slightly. The hat caught the light, faint glint off a buckle, a band, something metallic. My mind raced, trying to rationalize, to name it, to ground myself. Old air currents? A trick of the light? But no. The figure remained, patient, pacing, a silent fury vibrating off it, filling the room, pressing into me. The cough came again, closer, louder, and I realized it wasn't coming from the shadow. It was coming from all around me, from the corners, from the desk, from the air itself. I could almost see faint spirals of smoke curling around the edges of the room, settling along the walls, pooling near the shadow as if drawn to it. The smell was stronger now, clinging to my throat, my hair, my skin. I gagged, struggling to breathe, but I couldn't leave. My feet felt rooted to the floor, mind tangled with the presence of something patient, deliberate, aware. I took a small step back. The shadow mirrored me, tilted its head. Pacing slowed, deliberate, almost theatrical. Back and forth, back and forth. The sense of anger radiated from it, tangible, pressing against my chest. I could feel the ledger, still on the desk, quivering subtly, responding to the presence. Its pages seemed to shift beneath the leather cover, subtle movements like a pulse, alive, aware. I tried to speak. My voice trembled. The single word sounded foolish, thin, meaningless. The shadow stopped pacing entirely. Its outline grew darker, edges smudging into the wall. The hat tilted further down, hiding any trace of a face. And then it moved. A step toward me, slow, deliberate. I could feel the heat, or maybe the cold of its awareness brushing at me, pressing at the edges of my mind. Smoke swirled faintly around the room. The coughing continued. Not loud now. Quiet. Deliberate. Mocking, almost. I could feel it tickling my skin, curling through the air, wrapping around my wrists, my shoulders, my chest. And I realized that the shadow wasn't just pacing, it was marking the room, marking me. Patiently, deliberately, a presence impossible to ignore, to evade, to deny. I wanted to run. My legs screamed for movement, for escape, but my body refused. My hands shook as I reached for the ledger, needing something solid, something tangible. I lifted it, leather heavy, pages shifting under my touch, and I understood. The warden, or whatever had been him, or a fragment of him, had returned. Not to speak, not to reason, to watch. To remind me that the ledger, the office, the room itself had been and always would be his domain. The shadow stepped closer, stretching, elongating slightly, edges blurring into darkness. I could feel it pressing against the corners of the room, bending the air, tugging at my senses. The hat caught a faint glint of light, and for a second, I thought I saw eyes beneath it. Hollow, patient, accusing. The coughing grew louder, rasping, as if echoing from a throat that no longer existed. And then I noticed the smoke curling toward the shadow, clustering around it, forming a wreath of pale, twisting lines. The room seemed to breathe with it, alive in a way that shouldn't have been possible. My pulse hammered. My stomach lurched. I could feel the presence pressing into me, patient, deliberate, aware. I stumbled backward, hand dragging along the wall. The shadow mirrored my movement again, pacing just behind me now, slow, insistent, a predator that didn't need to strike to terrify. The smoke thickened slightly, carrying the bitter, pungent scent of tobacco, curling in invisible hands around my limbs, tugging, teasing, patient. I realized then that the warden, or what remained of him, was not bound to flesh or form. He had become something else, a shadow, a presence. Anger condensed into a shape, deliberate and focused, tethered to the office, to the ledger, to me. And I had walked directly into his gaze. I could feel the weight of it in the air. Every step I took seemed measured, anticipated. The shadow's pacing continued, deliberate, methodical, each movement calculated, slow, filled with a fury that did not need to shout. I could almost hear the thoughts behind the presence: accusation, observation, patience, anger. I wanted to flee, but my legs refused, my mind tangled with fear and disbelief. The coughing continued, now from the shadows, from the smoke, from everywhere. It rattled my chest, a constant reminder of the warden's presence, patient, deliberate, watching. I touched the ledger again. Pages shifted slightly beneath my fingers. The red-inked names seemed to react, curling faintly, almost like flames licked at the edges. The grotesque drawings twisted subtly, stretching, aware, attentive. I could feel the weight of decades pressing down through ink and paper, through smoke and shadow, through the deliberate pacing of the warden's form. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my hands. The shadow paused again, tilted its head. Pacing resumed slowly, methodically, anger simmering just below the surface, deliberate, patient. The smoke curled around it, clinging, lingering, acrid and sweet and impossible. My skin prickled. My lungs burned. My heart thundered. I finally managed to speak. "I don't mean anything." My voice was weak, trembling. But the shadow continued, pacing, ignoring me, aware of my presence, my fear, my acknowledgement. I realized it didn't need me to speak. I didn't need to beg. The office, the ledger, the shadow, it all already knew, already recorded, already judged. I stumbled backward, finally breaking the trance, reaching for the door. The shadow mirrored me for a moment, paused, then resumed pacing, slow, deliberate, anger unspoken but tangible, pressing into the room like a living weight. Smoke curled into the corners, the scent of burning tobacco thick and acrid, following me as I fled. Outside the office, I gasped for air, skin prickling, lungs burning, heart hammering. The hallway seemed impossibly long, the shadows stretching, lingering, patient. The scent of tobacco lingered faintly in the air, and for a moment I swore I could hear the rasp of coughing, patient, deliberate, waiting. I didn't stop until I was outside the building. The night air was cold and real, alive in a way the office never would be. My pulse slowed, but the memory of the shadow, the pacing, the smoke, the anger, it pressed into my mind. The warden's presence was patient, deliberate, recorded. And I knew deep down it would always be waiting. Waiting for the next curious soul, the next reckless intruder. And I knew painfully that it had left a part of itself in me, patient, deliberate, unforgotten. Even now, weeks later, the smell of smoke drifts into my thoughts unexpectedly. And sometimes, when the night is quiet, I can hear the rasp of a cough. Patient, deliberate, waiting, always waiting. I thought I was done. I thought leaving the prison behind, leaving the ledger behind, would be enough. I told myself that the shadows, the smoke, the pacing presence, I could forget them, that it had all been in my head. But some things don't let you go.
Some things wait, patient, deliberate, watching. It started with a dream. I was back in the office. Dust clung to the corners, light slanting through broken windows, the faint smell of smoke lingering in the air. The ledger sat on the desk, heavy and silent. I reached for it, and when my fingers brushed the leather, the pages fluttered violently. Red ink danced across the margins, names shifting, twisting, scribbled over grotesque drawings. And then I woke up, heart pounding, sweat cold on my skin. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was a nightmare. But the memory stuck, gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, twisting sleep into something uneasy. A week later, I found myself back at the prison. The same halls, the same smell of decay. The warden's office waited, patient, deliberate, as though it had known I would return.
The door creaked when I pushed it open. Dust motes floated in the weak shafts of sunlight, lingering like lazy spirits. I stepped in slowly. The ledger lay on the desk, leather cover worn, corners frayed. Nothing seemed different at first. No shadow pacing, no smoke curling, just the quiet weight of history pressing down. I exhaled shakily, hands trembling as I approached the desk. And then it moved. The ledger flipped open on its own. The pages turned slowly, deliberately, until it stopped at a page I hadn't seen before. I leaned closer. My heart thudded against my ribs. There, in red ink, a name that should not have been there. My name. Clear. Precise. Blood-red letters sprawling across the page. The ink glistened faintly, as if wet. I stumbled back, hand clutching my chest. No. This wasn't real. I had to be imagining it. But the pressure in the room, heavy, patient, deliberate, told me otherwise. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, pressing closer, attentive. I could feel a presence in the air, around me, weighing on me. The warden, or whatever remained of him, was here, watching, waiting. I touched the page with a trembling finger. The ink was dry, but a faint heat radiated from it, prickling my skin. My stomach twisted. I realized with a cold certainty that the ledger had claimed me. Not physically, not in the way that could be explained. No. It had recorded me, signed me, marked me, and the act itself was deliberate, patient, a warning I didn't yet understand. I backed away, eyes darting to the corners. Shadows pooled, thickening, pressing, patient. I felt them leaning in, aware of my pulse, my fear, my breath. The room seemed impossibly small, alive with observation. The ledger sat open, pages quivering faintly beneath the unseen weight of attention. The red ink glistened in the weak sunlight, cruel and final. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears, loud, insistent, echoing off the walls. Every instinct screamed to flee, to tear away, to leave this place behind forever. But my feet refused. I was rooted, aware of the ledger, aware of the shadows, aware of the deliberate, patient presence pressing against my mind. I leaned closer, drawn despite myself. The letters of my name seemed to twist subtly, as though alive, writhing faintly across the page. I could feel the pressure on my skin again, light but deliberate, like fingers grazing my arms, my shoulders, my chest. The air was thick, heavy with awareness, and I realized that the room itself had become a living thing, attentive, patient, deliberate. A cough rasped in the corners, faint, deliberate, teasing. I swallowed, trying to steady my shaking hands. The shadows shifted slightly, deepening, moving toward the desk in slow, measured steps. The ledger quivered under my fingertips, reacting to the presence, aware, alive. I realized then that this had been waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to acknowledge it. The drawings on the page twisted. Figures in the margins writhed faintly, limbs elongating, eyes hollow, staring at me. Symbols coiled, curling, deliberate, and the red ink of my name pulsed faintly, as though the ledger had absorbed some part of me, some essence that made it aware of my presence in a way I couldn't resist. I stepped back. The air pressed against my chest, heavy, insistent. Shadows pooled deeper, circling, patient, deliberate. I could feel the gaze of the room on me, the awareness pressing into my mind. The ledger had signed me, but it wasn't finished. It never finished. The presence lingered, patient, deliberate, waiting for my next move, my next thought, my next breath. I tried to speak, my voice trembling. The words sounded hollow in the heavy air. The shadows shifted, inching closer. The ledger's pages fluttered faintly, red ink glinting. I realized then that understanding was not part of the arrangement. Observation, acknowledgement, recognition. That was all it required, and I had given it. A faint curl of smoke drifted across the desk, twisting around the ledger. I could smell tobacco again, acrid and sweet, pressing into my senses. The cough returned, soft, rasping, intimate, as though someone, or something, was breathing just behind me. I shivered violently, feeling the presence lean closer, deliberate, patient. I wanted to run. I wanted to escape, but my body refused. My mind was tangled with fear, with observation, with the realization that the ledger had marked me in a way that could not be erased. My name on that page, glistening in red, was more than ink. It was acknowledgement. It was claim. It was deliberate. I reached for the ledger again, despite my fear. Fingers trembling, I traced the letters of my name. The moment I touched the page, the pressure on my skin intensified. Light, teasing, deliberate, like a hand brushing against my shoulder. The shadows pooled closer, pressing against the edges of perception. The smoke curled around them, around me, thick and acrid, carrying the weight of decades of observation. I realized with a chill that the ledger had not only recorded me, it had observed me, and now, through the act of writing my name, it had claimed a part of me. Awareness, recognition, memory, patient, deliberate, impossible to resist. The red ink pulsed faintly under my touch, as though alive, breathing, waiting. I stepped back, trying to breathe. The shadows remained, patient, deliberate, circling. The smoke lingered, curling around the edges of the room, pressing into my lungs. The coughing rasped again, softer, teasing, intimate. I understood then that the ledger had marked me for observation, and the room, the shadows, the presence, whatever it was, would not let go. I stumbled backward, hands clutching the desk. The pages of the ledger quivered beneath my touch, red ink pulsing, drawings writhing, symbols alive. I could feel the deliberate weight of the presence pressing into me, patient, attentive, insistent. My heart hammered, my stomach twisted, every instinct screamed at me to leave, to escape, to forget. But the ledger had already claimed me. I tried to close it, slam it shut, anything. The pages resisted, fluttering violently as though alive. The red ink of my name glinted cruelly, deliberate, patient. The drawings shifted, writhing faintly, stretching toward the edges of the page. The shadows deepened, leaning in, attentive, aware. The cough rasped softly, everywhere and nowhere, intimate and deliberate. I stumbled toward the door finally, breaking the gaze of the ledger, breaking the focus of the room. The shadows seemed to linger, patient, deliberate. The smoke twisted in the air, acrid and sweet, carrying the memory of centuries. The office had marked me. signed me in red, and I knew deep down it would never forget. Outside, I gasped for air. The hallway stretched impossibly long, shadows stretching, curling, patient. I could still feel the presence pressing in my mind, the ledger alive with awareness, the smoke clinging faintly to my clothes, my hair, my skin. The cough echoed faintly in my thoughts, deliberate, intimate, waiting. I left the prison behind, but I knew. The ledger had signed me. The shadows, the smoke, the awareness. They would not forget me. They would wait, patient, deliberate, observant, and I would carry the mark, the memory, the claim, for the rest of my life. Even now, weeks later, I can feel it sometimes. Light brushes along my skin that I cannot explain. Shadows in the corners that linger longer than they should. And at night, faintly, the rasp of a cough drifts through my thoughts. Patient, deliberate, waiting. Always waiting. I never expected to find a place like that. Not in this part of the valley, not after years of wandering roads that led nowhere and forests that felt endless. The chapel had been on a map I found in a dusty second-hand bookshop. One of those maps that look important at first glance but are mostly decorative. Still, I felt a pull, a nagging curiosity I couldn't shake, so I followed the directions, half expecting nothing, and half hoping for something. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was a dull orange low in the sky, throwing long shadows across the ground. The chapel was smaller than I imagined, squat and stubborn against the encroaching trees. Its roof sagged, shingles missing like teeth from a mouth too long ignored. Windows were shattered or boarded over, the kind of decay that felt deliberate, as if the place had been left to rot on purpose, waiting for someone, or something, to notice it. I hesitated at the doorway. The air smelled wrong, heavy with damp wood and dust, but underneath that, there was something sharper, something acrid and metallic that reminded me of blood, though I couldn't tell if it was real or just the imagination playing cruel tricks. I pressed my hand to the peeling door frame, feeling the rough, splintered wood, and I wondered why I was even here. Curiosity? Morbid fascination? Or just the stubborn itch that won't go away until it's scratched? Inside, the chapel was empty. That was the first thing I noticed. The silence. Thick and suffocating. The kind of silence that isn't just an absence of sound, but a presence itself. I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow, and the soft scuff of my boots on the warped wooden floor. The pews were broken, splintered like bones after some long-ago battle. I ran my fingers over a jagged edge and flinched, the smell of rot rising to meet me again. Hymnals lay scattered across the floor, pages curling yellow and brittle, some torn, some damp and smeared with dirt. I picked one up, turning it over in my hands, and the faint smell of candle wax clung to it, mingled with that metallic tang. I don't know why I expected something different. A chapel, even ruined, is still a chapel. But this place didn't feel like a house of God. It felt like it had been abandoned in a hurry, or worse, left after something had been taken. I let my fingers trail along the floor, brushing over fallen crosses, most of them hanging sideways from cracked walls, nails sticking out like claws. I imagined the hands that had once hung them there, pressing wood into plaster, maybe murmuring prayers, now gone, leaving only crooked remnants behind. There was a sense of watching. I could feel it, prickling the back of my neck, crawling over my skin. It wasn't human. I didn't see anything, but the shadows in the corners of the chapel seemed to move, ever so slightly, when I wasn't looking directly at them. One moment the aisle was empty, and then something felt wrong, like the light itself was shifting, or a shape had crept closer without making a sound. I told myself it was just my imagination. I told myself I was tired, that the long walk had played tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being uninvited, of stepping somewhere I wasn't meant to be. I moved toward the altar, my boots creaking against the warped floorboards. The altar was simple, once, I think, but now it was ruined. The cloth that had probably been white was gray and stained. Candles, melted and collapsed into themselves, formed shapes that seemed almost intentional, like letters I couldn't read. The wood beneath them was scorched in places, the black streaks jagged, angry. I knelt in the dust just for a moment to examine a cluster of hymnals pushed into a corner. Their pages were open to familiar songs, though some words had been obscured by dirt, ink smears, or tears. I flipped through slowly, almost reverently, though reverence felt wrong here. The songs felt hollow. The notes seemed to hang in the air, like echoes that had nowhere to go. A sudden chill ran through me, sharp, cutting. I looked up, half expecting the pews to move, half expecting to see someone, or something, watching from the shadows. There was nothing. But the air felt heavier, like it was pressing down from the ceiling, dense and slow, and I tried to focus on the details, grounding myself. The way the light caught the dust in the air, turning motes into tiny dancers. The texture of the walls, cracked plaster over rotting wood. The floorboards groaning under their own weight. It was all real, I told myself. Just old wood and decay. But even as I tried to convince myself, I couldn't ignore the patterns. The crosses, though broken, seemed arranged in a way that drew the eye toward the back wall, where the altar stood. It wasn't neat, but deliberate in its disorder, like someone had wanted to confuse or guide the mind at the same time. I moved back toward the pews, stepping carefully over broken hymnals and nails sticking from the floor. One pew was entirely collapsed, its wood twisted into strange angles. As I passed it, I thought I saw a shadow move behind it, or maybe the corner of my vision caught something that wasn't there. I stopped and held my breath. The chapel was empty. No drafts, no insects, no wind, nothing. Yet the feeling persisted. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed, tasting iron, and felt my heart pound in my chest. I started walking down the main aisle, tracing the line between the broken pews. The quiet pressed in, so heavy it felt like it might crush me. I thought about turning back, but a part of me, a foolish, stubborn part, wanted to see more, to understand what had happened here. The hymnals, the crosses, the altar. They all whispered of normalcy lost, of a time when people had sat in those pews, voices lifted in song. But something had ended it, abruptly, and I could feel the residue of that ending in the air. By the time I reached the last row, my hands were shaking slightly. I picked up a hymnal from the floor. The cover was leather, worn, and the pages inside were smeared with something dark, almost brown. Dirt, maybe, or something else. I couldn't be sure. I flipped through it, and every page I turned seemed heavier than the last, as if the book itself was resisting. I set it back down gently, careful not to disturb the fragile order of chaos that had settled in the chapel. There was a sudden, faint sound, a scraping, almost like fingernails on wood. I froze, straining my ears. My mind screamed that it was nothing, rats, maybe, or the wind. But the scraping came again, this time from the corner near the altar. I didn't want to look, didn't want to acknowledge it, but curiosity pushed me forward, slow, cautious steps that felt louder than they should. Nothing was there when I turned, just shadows stretching along cracked walls, dust motes suspended in the dim light. But the sense of being observed, of being part of something I couldn't fully understand, remained. I realized then that the chapel was more than abandoned. It was waiting for someone to notice the imbalance, the quiet, the broken remnants of devotion. And maybe, I thought with a sinking feeling, it wanted acknowledgement, or more. I backed away from the altar slowly, keeping my eyes on the dark corners. The room felt smaller now, tighter, the air thick and hard to breathe.
Every sound my body made, the shifting of my weight, the scrape of my boots, echoed strangely, like the building itself was listening, cataloging each movement. I reached the doorway and paused, glancing back one last time. The pews, the hymnals, the crooked crosses, they seemed to pulse slightly in the fading light. Not physically, but as if the memory of the people who had once been here, who had sung and prayed and perhaps screamed, lingered in the air. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, a mix of awe and fear that left me trembling. I stepped out, breathing hard, and the cold evening air hit me like a slap. I turned once more to look at the chapel, and for a fraction of a second I thought I saw a figure at one of the back windows. Just a shadow, no detail, nothing tangible. Then it was gone. I blinked, and it was empty. Only the silence remained, heavier than it had been before, as if the building had exhaled after holding its breath for decades. I walked away slowly, not daring to run, not wanting to provoke whatever it was that lingered. The map in my pocket felt heavier, useless now. I didn't know what had been here, what had ended the chapel's life, or what waited for anyone foolish enough to stay. But I knew I couldn't ignore it. Not entirely. Something about the place had already reached inside me, carved its presence into memory, and I feared I would hear the echoes of it long after I left. By the time I reached the edge of the clearing, the sky was nearly black. The first stars were out, faint and indifferent. I didn't look back. Not yet. Not until I understood what I had seen, or what had seen me. And deep in my chest I carried a quiet, unshakable certainty. The chapel was not just empty, it was waiting. I should have stayed away. I knew that the moment I stepped back into the chapel that night, I was walking into something I couldn't understand, something I wasn't meant to see. But some part of me, the part that had felt the chapel's gaze in the daylight, was stubborn, obsessive even. The air was colder this time, the moon high but hidden behind a shroud of clouds, and the forest around the clearing seemed to hold its breath. I pushed the creaking door open, expecting the smell of old wood and rot, and I got it, but stronger, sharper, almost biting. It was as though the place had been waiting for me, steeping itself in silence until I arrived. The pews, broken and crooked, were the same as before, yet there was something different, a weight, a presence I couldn't see. I walked down the center aisle, my boots tapping softly on the warped floor. The sound felt unnatural here, amplified in a way that made my stomach twist. My eyes adjusted slowly, scanning the shadows for anything out of place, and that's when I noticed it, the humming. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, a vibration that seemed to rise from the floorboards themselves. I froze, heart hammering, telling myself it was the wind, or maybe the echoes of my own imagination. But then it grew clearer, more deliberate, as if 100 voices were murmuring a song I couldn't recognize. I stopped mid-step, straining to listen. The sound wasn't coming from anywhere I could see. The air was still. The chapel was empty, just as it had been in the day. Yet the humming persisted, low and constant, vibrating in my chest, pressing against my eardrums. I looked at the pews, and I thought I saw movement, shadows curling over broken wood. My pulse quickened. I whispered to myself, telling myself I was imagining it. The mind plays tricks when it wants to frighten you, when it wants you to leave. But it wasn't my mind. I could feel the weight of them before I could see them. And then I did. The pews were full, or at least they appeared to be. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. Shadowy figures sat in the broken rows, indistinct and shifting, like smoke caught in corners. They hummed together, perfectly in unison, and the sound was both beautiful and horrible. I didn't recognize the melody. I couldn't place it anywhere I'd heard before, but it lodged itself in my mind, stubborn, impossible to forget. I couldn't move. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused. My feet were glued to the floor. I felt their eyes on me even though I couldn't see any eyes. The shadows turned slowly, in perfect synchronicity, their heads tilting slightly toward me as if curious. The humming grew louder, resonating through the walls, vibrating the floor beneath me. I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry, my throat tight. I tried to say, but my voice felt swallowed by the sound, gone before it reached the air. The shadows didn't answer. They didn't move. They just sat, swaying ever so slightly, humming, waiting. I noticed then that the pews were complete, filled row after row, though I had walked this chapel earlier in daylight and seen nothing. The hymnals lay scattered, pages curling, but the shadows seemed to ignore them. They were focused on me, or perhaps on something else entirely, some invisible presence I couldn't perceive. A sudden memory struck me, unbidden. I remembered a story my grandmother used to tell about people trapped in a song they couldn't leave, their voices merging into something eternal and sorrowful. She'd said it was a warning, a parable, but I never thought I'd see it, never thought I'd hear it. And yet, here it was, humming around me, filling the air so completely that it drowned everything else. I took a step back. My boots squeaked against the floor. Every step echoed unnaturally, as if the chapel were amplifying it, drawing attention to my intrusion. The shadows didn't move to confront me, but the humming changed subtly. I could feel a rhythm, an intention, a pulse that matched my own heartbeat. The connection was uncomfortable, invasive, and I wanted to pull away, but I couldn't. My eyes were drawn to the figures. They weren't human, at least not in any way I could define. Their forms were vaguely human, but they were darker than any shadow I had ever seen. They had no features, no distinct faces, just the suggestion of form, limbs blending into air and floor, chairs and walls. They radiated something familiar and alien at the same time, like the memory of someone you loved who had died decades ago. I felt both a pull toward them and an instinctive primal fear urging me to flee. I noticed the leader first. The shadow at the far end of the aisle, closest to the altar, was slightly more distinct, taller, and somehow sharper than the others. Its head tilted toward me, and the humming changed, taking on a voice that felt almost human. It wasn't words exactly, just tones, rising and falling in a pattern I wanted to mimic but couldn't. I realized my lips were moving silently, trying to hum along, and that scared me more than anything else. I stumbled backward, forcing myself to stop, breaking the fragile rhythm. The shadow leader seemed to hesitate. Then the entire choir shifted slightly, tilting their forms as if acknowledging my defiance. My chest heaved, and I felt sweat rolling down my back despite the cold. I wanted to run, but I knew the doors were far, and that I would be seen, drawn into their song if I moved too quickly. I sank to the floor, pressing my palms to my ears, trying to block it out. The sound was relentless, filling every corner of my mind. I could feel it crawling under my skin, threading through my veins, weaving into my memories. I remembered people I hadn't thought about in years, voices I hadn't heard since childhood. The melody was pulling them into the room, merging them with the shadows, and I realized with horror that this was what the chapel wanted. Connection, absorption, a choir without end. I dared a glance up. The shadows weren't moving physically, not in a way I could recognize, but the room itself seemed alive. The walls shifted imperceptibly, the broken pews leaning slightly toward the center, the altar cloth rising in an unseen wind. The humming enveloped me completely. My chest ached, my mind reeled. I wanted to collapse entirely, to surrender. But some stubborn part of me, some fragment of life, held me upright. I focused on small details, anything real. The jagged edges of the pews, the texture of dust on the floor, the rotting altar cloth. The human part of me anchored in reality, refusing to let the shadows swallow me entirely. But it was exhausting. Every second felt stretched, like hours, and the humming burrowed deeper, threading into my sense of self. I realized I had to leave. I couldn't fight the sound, the pull, the sense of inevitability that filled the air. Slowly, deliberately, I crawled toward the doorway, careful not to make sudden movements. My body felt alien, weighted with tension I couldn't shake. The shadows followed, always just at the edge of my vision, their forms blurring and stretching as I moved. I reached the door and paused. I didn't look back, afraid that even the briefest glance would bind me further. The humming became louder, almost pleading, as if the choir knew I was leaving, and it hated my defiance. My hands trembled on the cold wood of the doorframe. I pushed with every ounce of strength I had. The door swung open, and the night air hit me like a shock. The choir didn't follow. The sound receded slightly, though I could still feel it, lingering, coiling around me, persistent. I stumbled onto the cold, damp ground outside, and for the first time, I took a real, full breath without the oppressive weight pressing down on my chest. I turned to look at the chapel one last time. The shadows were gone. The pews were empty. The moon broke through the clouds, bathing the ruined building in silver light. And yet I knew it hadn't ended. The choir was still there, somewhere between the walls, between reality and memory, waiting for the next person foolish enough to enter. I walked back into the forest, boots sinking into wet leaves, the hum still in my ears, though faint now. I could feel it threading through my mind, a quiet reminder that the chapel was not empty, not ever. I would hear it again, in my dreams, in quiet moments, in the spaces between thought. I could never forget the silent choir. And I feared that one day, if I returned, they would welcome me properly, and I would join them, a shadow among shadows, humming eternally. I shouldn't have come here. Even the first step down the crumbling path gave me pause, the stones slick with moss, slick enough to make me slip. But curiosity is a stubborn thing, and when I saw the silhouette of the old gallows house against the gray sky, I couldn't stop myself. It was small, squat, like a forgotten toy left in the corner of a field. The door sagged on broken hinges, and a faint, sour smell drifted out. Damp wood, rot, and something else, something sharp that made my stomach twist. The air around the building was unnaturally still, and I felt a weight pressing down, like the earth itself was holding its breath. I hesitated, hand trembling as I reached for the doorframe, the rough wood splintering beneath my fingers. The smell hit me stronger inside, coppery and metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood. The thought made my pulse spike, and I forced myself to remember that this was old, abandoned, long abandoned. Yet the smell lingered, persistent, and that made my skin crawl. The chamber beyond the doorway was dim, lit only by slits of gray light seeping through cracks in the walls. Dust hung in the air like smoke, disturbed by my movements. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the echo of each step seemed too loud in the heavy silence. My eyes adjusted slowly, and that's when I saw it. The trap door in the center of the floor. Its edges were darkened, worn smooth by countless steps, and the metal ring handle was tarnished and cold. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to leave, to turn and walk back through the forest, never looking back. But another part, the stubborn, foolish part, urged me forward. I knelt beside the trapdoor, tracing the ring handle with my fingers. The wood beneath was rough and scarred, and I thought I could smell it even more clearly now. The faint, persistent tang of blood, old and sharp. I pressed my nose to it for a moment and had to pull back, gagging slightly. I thought about the people who had been here before me, who had stepped onto this floor with fear in their hearts. The trapdoor had been used countless times, I imagined, for its grim purpose. I tried to picture what it must have felt like, standing there, looking down into darkness, knowing the only thing below was death. My chest tightened at the thought, my hands gripping the edges of the wood. I pulled the ring slowly, the metal scraping against the wood with a sound that made my skin prickle. The trapdoor resisted at first, then gave way with a heavy groan. A cold draft rose from the opening, carrying with it a smell that made me gag. Damp earth, decay, and that faint coppery tang. I peered down into the darkness. It was impossible to see the bottom. My eyes strained against the shadows, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince myself it was just a hole, just a pit. But I felt wrongness in the air, a quiet malevolence that didn't belong to the earth or the wood. I wanted to step back, to close the trapdoor and leave. But something drew me forward. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the absurd fascination of confronting fear directly. I lowered myself slowly, knees scraping the rough wood, until I was hovering just above the opening. The darkness below seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a rhythm that made my stomach churn. The smell was stronger here, the coppery tang almost overwhelming. My mind kept trying to rationalize it, rusted metal, old stains, but it didn't make sense. It was alive in a way that didn't feel natural, as if the wood itself had absorbed everything that had happened here and refused to let it go. I looked around the chamber again, and the walls seemed to close in slightly. Shadows clung to the corners, shifting when I wasn't looking directly at them. The air was cold, unnaturally so, and my breath came out in quick little clouds. I had been alone when I entered, and yet I felt eyes on me, the weight of unseen presence pressing at the back of my neck. I swallowed hard and tried to steady myself, trying to convince my mind that it was just fear playing tricks. I lowered my hand into the trap door, testing the space below with trembling fingers. The wood beneath them was slick, damp in spots, and the faint smell of blood was strongest there. I pulled my hand back quickly, almost dropping the ring handle in shock. My heart was pounding, every beat echoing in my ears, and I felt a tight knot of panic coil in my stomach. I tried to step back, tried to leave the way I had come, but the room seemed to stretch, to resist my retreat. The shadows in the corners flickered, almost alive, and I thought I saw movement, something thin, almost transparent, stretching upward toward the ceiling. I blinked, and it was gone. My pulse raced, and I told myself it was exhaustion, imagination. I told myself over and over that this was just an abandoned chamber, just a trap door, just wood and shadows. But the smell didn't lie. It clung to the air, to my clothes, to my skin. The faint copper tang was relentless, growing stronger with every heartbeat. I leaned closer again, despite myself, and that's when I noticed the faintest markings on the trapdoor, carvings so shallow I almost missed them. Symbols. Letters. They weren't words I could read, not really, but they carried weight. History. Someone had been here, someone had made these marks for a reason, and the thought made my stomach turn. I stepped back suddenly, feeling the panic rising like bile. The room seemed to shift around me, the shadows curling closer. My ears rang faintly, a high pitch that made my teeth ache. I tried to tell myself to breathe, to calm down, but my hands were shaking, my legs weak. I thought of the people who had been brought here before me, who had felt that same fear, that same weight pressing in from all sides. I tried to imagine their last moments, their thoughts, their terror. And then a sound came from below, a creak, a groan, like the floor itself was sighing. My body froze. My mind screamed at me to step back, but my curiosity held me in place, tethered to the trap door. I remembered a story my father told me once about old execution sites, about how places soaked in death carry echoes, memories that linger long after the living have gone. I had laughed then, thinking it was just superstition. But now, standing here, smelling the faint, stubborn tang of blood, hearing the wood sigh beneath me, I knew it was true. The chamber remembered, it absorbed, it waited. I wanted to leave.
I wanted to turn and never come back. My hands itched to close the trap door, slam the door behind me, and run through the forest until I was far from this place. But something, some unholy curiosity or perhaps madness, kept me there. I leaned closer again, peering into the darkness, and the air shifted. Cold fingers of wind curled around my arms, whispering against my skin. My hair stood on end, goosebumps crawling across my neck. The darkness below seemed deeper than before, infinite almost. I imagined faces, twisted and pale, peering up at me from that unseen pit. I imagined the smell of blood thickening, pressing against my senses until I couldn't tell the difference between what was real and what was memory. The room itself seemed to hum softly, a vibration I felt in my chest, in my bones, in the very marrow of my body. I knelt beside the trap door, my forehead almost touching the cold wood. I could smell it clearly now, strong and undeniable, the iron tang of blood that had seeped into every fiber, every crevice. And then I realized, with a sinking certainty, that the smell wasn't just a remnant of the past. It was alive. It was waiting for someone to acknowledge it, to recognize it, to join it. I drew back, shivering. My reflection in the metal handle stared back at me, pale and drawn, eyes wide with fear. I wanted to flee, to forget this place, to erase it from memory. But even as I stepped away, I knew I couldn't. The trapdoor, the chamber, the lingering blood, they had marked me. My mind would carry it, replay it in quiet moments, in the dark, in the spaces between sleep and waking. I left the chamber slowly, hands brushing against the rough walls for balance, every nerve screaming at me to run. The smell followed me, clinging, insistent, a reminder that some things are never truly abandoned. Outside, the night was cold, damp mist curling around the ruins of the building. I didn't look back, didn't dare. I walked through the forest in silence, the image of the trapdoor burned into my mind, and the faint scent of blood lingering in the air behind me. I told myself it was over. I told myself I was safe. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The trapdoor waited. The chamber waited. And one day, I feared, I would have to return. I couldn't sleep. Not after the chamber. Not after the trapdoor. The smell of old blood lingered in my clothes, in my hair, clinging to my skin like a stubborn shadow. Even the forest outside my window seemed to breathe differently, heavier somehow, as if it had absorbed something from that place and was holding it for me to notice. I tried to tell myself it was imagination, exhaustion, paranoia, but I knew better. Something had marked me. I went back. I shouldn't have, but I did. The path was narrower at night, shrouded in mist that curled around my legs and made every tree look like a twisted figure. My boots squelched in the wet soil, and each step felt loud, too loud, as though the forest itself were listening. I wanted to turn back. I almost did. But the memory of the trap door, of the scent, of the quiet pull of that chamber, drew me forward. The building waited. The gallows chamber was darker than I remembered, the broken windows letting in only shards of moonlight that moved across the floor like restless spirits. The air was thick, damp, and I caught that same metallic tang again, faint but undeniable. I stepped inside slowly, trying to convince myself I was ready. And then I saw it. The noose. It hung from the ceiling, swaying ever so slightly, though there was no draft, no movement from the broken windows, nothing to push it. My heart stuttered. I froze, hands trembling, and stared at the rope. It swung in a rhythm that almost mimicked breathing, rising and falling in slow, deliberate arcs. I told myself it was gravity, a trick of light and shadows, my imagination playing cruel games. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I stepped closer,
The rope smelled faintly of wood smoke and something iron-like, the same scent that had clung to the trapdoor. The fibers were coarse, stiff with age, yet somehow alive. Alive in a way that made the hairs on my arms rise, in a way that made me step back despite my curiosity. I remembered stories, half-remembered tales of people seeing objects move in old, cursed places. They always warned about imagination, about exhaustion, about fear twisting reality. I told myself those stories were warnings, not truths. And yet I couldn't deny what I saw. The noose swayed gently, steadily, though the air in the room was still, oppressively still. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry. I wanted to leave. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs felt heavy, rooted to the floor. I couldn't take my eyes off the rope. It was hypnotic, mesmerizing, like it was calling me closer. My hand twitched, almost moving to touch it, and I had to fight the urge violently. The floorboards groaned behind me. I whipped around, heart hammering, expecting someone, anything. The chamber was empty. Shadows pooled in corners, curling in shapes that weren't quite natural, but nothing moved toward me. And still the rope swayed, almost teasing, almost patient, waiting for me to act, waiting for me to notice fully. I stepped backward, stumbled over a broken floorboard, and caught myself against the wall.
My chest heaved. I pressed my hands to my face, feeling the damp sweat there, and tried to reason with myself. "It's just fear," I whispered. "It's exhaustion." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't. The rope moved on its own, and I could feel it almost like a pulse in the room, a subtle vibration through the floor. I remembered the trap door, the smell of blood, the darkness. It all converged in my mind, a single thought that made bile rise in my throat. The chamber wasn't empty. It never had been. The air itself carried it, remembered it, and now somehow the rope remembered too. I stepped closer, cautiously this time. The noose hung low, almost within reach. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to test reality, but my eyes followed its motion, and my stomach twisted in fascination and horror. There was something wrong about it, something deliberate. The sway wasn't random. It had intention, almost as if it were breathing, almost as if it were alive. I reached out with one hand, trembling, almost touching the fibers. The moment my fingertips brushed it, a chill ran up my arm, sharp and searing. The rope swung slightly faster, almost imperceptibly, as if acknowledging my touch. I jerked my hand back, gasping. My skin felt on fire, my blood cold at the same time. I realized then that I wasn't alone, not in the sense of another person, but in the sense of presence. Something was there with me, woven into the air, stitched into the shadows, inhabiting the fibers of that rope. I couldn't see it, couldn't define it, but I felt it pressing in from all sides, whispering in a language my mind couldn't parse. I backed away slowly, trying to convince myself to leave, but the rope followed me with its sway, steady, relentless, alive. Every step I took, every breath I drew, it mimicked the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My voice was gone, swallowed by the chamber, by the presence that lingered in the air, in the rope, in the smell of iron and old wood. I sank to the floor, pressing my back against the wall, and tried to focus on details. The rope's fibers, frayed and stiff. The wood of the gallows platform, scarred and groaning under invisible weight. The broken windows letting in shards of cold moonlight. Every detail was real, solid, yet everything was wrong. The air vibrated with intent. The rope swayed. The chamber remembered. A memory surfaced unbidden. My mother warning me not to wander into old barns and abandoned places. She told me some things are better left alone. I hadn't listened. I had thought she was just being cautious, overprotective. Now, kneeling on the cold wood, staring at a rope that moved on its own, I understood. She wasn't warning me about superstition. She was warning me about memory, about presence, about places soaked in pain and death. I looked at the noose again. It was just rope, just fibers twisted together, yet it radiated intention. I wanted to run. I wanted to flee the room, the building, the forest, the world. But my feet felt heavy, my body sluggish, as if the chamber itself held me in place. The rope swayed, beckoned, and I felt my mind teetering on the edge between reason and something else. Something darker. I touched it again, briefly, cautiously, and the chill ran up my arm in a surge that made me gasp. I imagined the hands that had fashioned this noose, that had used it, the terror of the people who had been here before me. Their fear lingered, embedded in the rope, carried in the fibers like memory. And now, somehow, it wanted me to feel it, to acknowledge it, to join it. I staggered back, pressing myself against the wall, my mind racing. I couldn't stay. I couldn't. The rope's sway wasn't random. It knew I was afraid. It knew I could sense it. And worse, I understood with a creeping certainty, it wanted me to notice fully, wanted me to remember fully, wanted me to carry that presence with me when I left. I stumbled toward the door, every step slow, deliberate, terrified. The rope continued to sway, watching, waiting, almost sentient in its persistence. I forced myself to breathe, to focus on the outside world, on the path, the forest, the moonlight. But I knew the rope would follow me. Not physically, not visibly, but in memory, in presence, in the residue that lingered long after I left. I reached the doorway and paused, looking back. The chamber was quiet now, almost innocuously so. The rope hung still, motionless. The shadows pooled in the corners like dark water. I wanted to believe I had imagined it all, that my mind had conjured movement, intention, life, where there was none. But deep down, I knew better. The chamber remembered. The rope remembered. And I would never forget. I stepped outside, the night air biting at my skin, the mist curling around my legs. My boots squelched in the mud, each step a reminder of what I had seen, what I had felt. I didn't look back. Not yet. Not until I had distance, until I could convince myself that the rope wasn't alive, that the chamber wasn't breathing, that I wasn't being watched. Even now, days later, I can feel it. The subtle pull, the echo of the fibers swaying, the quiet insistence of memory pressing against me. I know it will stay with me, always, a weight in the back of my mind, a whisper in the quiet moments. And I fear, with a deep, sinking certainty, that one day I will return. And when I do, the ropes will move for me again. I thought leaving the gallows chamber would end it. I thought the air outside, cold and damp with night mist, would wash away the memory, the smell, the weight of that place. But it didn't. It followed me, settled in my mind, and came for me at night. The dreams started the first evening after I returned home. At first, they were brief, fleeting images I could almost convince myself were forgettable. I'd wake in the dark, heart racing, trying to push the memory aside. But each night, they grew sharper, longer, more vivid, until sleep became a battleground I couldn't avoid. In the dreams, I'm back in the chamber. The trapdoor is open, yawning like a mouth waiting for something. The air smells faintly of iron and old wood, thick and unyielding. And beneath it, lined up in perfect, silent rows, are the prisoners. Faceless, featureless. Shadows shaped like humans, draped in rags of memory, and yet undeniably present. I can feel them, every one of them, waiting. At first, I tried to ignore them, to convince myself they were part of the dream, nothing real. But the moment I stepped closer, I felt their weight, their anticipation. It presses on me, a physical heaviness that makes it difficult to move, difficult to breathe. I try to count them, try to find meaning, to anchor myself in the dream, but the line is endless. It stretches further than the chamber, beyond the shadows, beyond the trapdoor itself. I can hear nothing. No whispers, no moans, no sound at all. Just the oppressive silence that presses in and refuses to let go. And yet I feel their awareness, a collective watching, as if the act of looking at them, of seeing them, makes me part of their line. I start to count, softly at first, hoping the act will give me some sense of control. 1, 2, 3. But the numbers never match the presence. They shift, move in subtle ways that make it impossible to know how many there are. The faceless ones lean slightly, like they're reaching for something they cannot have. And I understand, in some deep, instinctual way, that they are waiting for me. Not for help, not for mercy, but for acknowledgement, for recognition. And every night, as I walk past them, I feel their need pressing against me, pulling at something I can't name. I try to run in the dreams. My legs move, but the floorboards stretch beneath me. The chamber grows, elongates, folds impossibly inward, and still the line continues, endless, faceless, patient. I stumble, and the prisoners do not react. They do not move, do not speak. They simply exist, a living memory, a weight, and I am acutely aware that I am the intruder. I wake sometimes drenched in sweat, gasping, shaking, the echo of counting ringing in my mind. 1, 2, 3, until I realize I'm still counting in the waking world, in my bed, in the quiet of my apartment. The numbers chase me, relentless, impossible to escape. I see them in every shadow, every streetlight outside my window, every reflection in a pane of glass. I begin to fear sleep, because that is when the line grows, when they wait, when they come for me again. Last night was the worst. I dreamt I stood before the trapdoor, the faceless line stretching behind it, as long as the horizon. I felt compelled to step forward, to look down, and when I did, I saw the first ones descending slowly, moving through the shadows beneath the floor. I wanted to turn away, but my body refused. My hands were rooted to my sides, my heart a drum in my chest, and I realized that every face I imagined beneath the trapdoor would be mine, to see if I stepped closer. They shifted subtly, a slow, deliberate motion that made my stomach knot. Their blank faces leaned forward, reaching for me with invisible hands, not to grab, not to touch, but to remind me of the inevitability, that weight, that recognition. I counted, even as the numbers lost all sense. 50, 60, 80, hundreds. No, thousands. The numbers meant nothing, yet every number brought a deeper fear. I think about the trapdoor, about the rope, about the chamber. They are anchors. The dreams are anchored to reality, and reality refuses to release me. The line waits every night beneath the yawning darkness, and I cannot step away. I feel the trapdoor beneath my feet in the dream, rough wood against my skin, the fibers remembering the blood they absorbed. The prisoners remember too. They remember everything. I have tried everything to break the pattern. I leave lights on. I read. I drink tea. I force myself to focus on the mundane. But the line returns. Every night, every shadow, every silence carries it. I feel the counting before I close my eyes, the numbers pressing in on me, and I realize that sleep is no longer rest. It is rehearsal, a slow, creeping preparation for something I do not yet understand. I dream of their waiting faces even during the day, a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shape in the doorway, a shadow on the wall. They are faceless, and yet I know them. I know them as prisoners, as observers, as the inevitable reckoning I cannot escape. I wonder if I am joining the line, if every step I take toward the chamber, every return to memory, every thought of the trapdoor, ties me closer to them. Last night, the line moved differently. They shifted forward, an inch at a time, and I felt their patience turning to insistence. It wasn't anger, it wasn't hatred, it was awareness, a quiet, unbearable pressure that something has been forgotten, something must be acknowledged, and that someone must recognize it. And I knew it was me. I am the one who sees. I am the one who counts. I am the one who cannot escape. I touch the mattress now as I write this, feeling the faint pulse of dread still in my veins, the residual weight of the line pressing down even in waking moments. I count silently sometimes, when I think no one is watching, when I am alone in my apartment, when I try to convince myself it is over. 1, 2, 3. And the numbers feel wrong, but they are the only thing I can cling to. I fear my memory is breaking. The line invades thought, dream, reality. I have begun to imagine the trapdoor in places it cannot exist, in streets, in rooms, in the mirror. I feel it beneath my feet sometimes, the wood rough, the iron tang of blood faint but persistent. And the prisoners, faceless and patient, watch. They wait. They count. And I am never beyond their reach. I have tried to tell myself it is just a dream, just imagination, just fear. But I know better. Memory and fear mingle here, create something neither living nor dead. The chamber has claimed them. The line has claimed me. And each night when I close my eyes, the counting resumes. I see them, faceless and patient, stretching beneath the trapdoor. I count because I cannot stop. I watch because I must. And I remember because the chamber remembers. The dreams are longer now. The line is endless. I walk among them in my sleep, but I cannot touch them. I cannot speak. I cannot escape. Every night I wake knowing that the chamber is not just beneath the trapdoor, not just in the shadows, but inside me. The faceless ones are patient. They do not hate. They do not plead. They wait. And I fear, in some unspoken ancient way, that I am not just counting them. I am preparing to join them. I dread sleep. I dread memory. I dread the trapdoor. And yet, I cannot avoid them. I count. I watch. I remember. 1, 2, 3. And the line stretches further than I can imagine, beneath the wood, beneath the earth, beneath everything I thought was safe. I wake knowing that each night the prisoners wait, and each night I am forced to see them, faceless, patient, inevitable. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I will count again tonight. I knew it was coming. I felt it in the quiet hours of the night, in the moments before sleep claimed me, in the long stretches when I lay awake, counting the breaths that weren't my own. The line of faceless prisoners, the trap door, the swaying rope, they weren't just dreams anymore. They were instructions, warnings, or perhaps invitations. I tried to resist, tried to stay awake, tried to keep the hours long enough that sleep wouldn't find me. But exhaustion is insidious. It seeps in, wrapping itself around your mind, softening your defenses, and eventually, no matter how hard you fight, it drags you under. The dream began the same way it always did. The chamber stretched before me, endless in its familiarity. The trapdoor gaped open, a dark mouth of wood and shadow, and beneath it, the line of prisoners waited. Faceless, patient, silent, pressing forward in subtle, impossible shifts, a rhythm I could feel more than see. I stepped toward them, though my body protested. My legs were heavy, my stomach knotted, but I had no choice. I had become part of this ritual, part of their observation, part of the counting that never ended. I could feel them watching, pressing in on me from all sides, and I knew I could never turn back. The rope was there, swinging slowly from the ceiling, as if keeping time with my heartbeat. I tried to look away, tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself it was just a dream, just memory, just fear. But it wasn't. It had been waiting for me all this time, and I knew deep down that my turn had finally come. I approached the gallows platform, each step echoing in a silence so complete it made my ears ache. The floorboards seemed alive, vibrating with anticipation, carrying the presence of all those who had come before. I tried to focus on small details, the frayed wood of the trapdoor, the stiff fibers of the rope, but every detail pulsed with a malevolent awareness. It was watching me, waiting for me, teaching me the rhythm, the inevitability. I knelt for a moment, trembling, and traced the rope with my fingers. It was coarse, rough, and yet alive, almost warm, almost pulsing. I imagined the hands that had twisted it, the weight it had held, the terror it had witnessed. And then I realized I wasn't imagining at all. I could feel the tension in the fibers, the subtle give that meant someone or something had moved through it recently. The prisoners shifted forward imperceptibly, inch by inch, their faceless heads tilting toward me. I felt their weight, their insistence, their silent command. It was my turn now. They had waited for me. The rope had waited for me. And my mind, against all reason, whispered that there was no choice left. I stepped onto the platform, the wood groaning beneath my weight. The dream stretched impossibly around me, elongating, folding in on itself, yet I could see every detail with unnerving clarity. The rope swayed in slow, deliberate arcs, guiding me, instructing me. I felt my pulse sync with its rhythm, my breath hitching as though my body already knew the inevitability of what was coming. I reached for the rope. My hands shook violently. I wanted to pull away, to break free, to flee this impossible chamber that existed somewhere between dream and memory. But I couldn't. My hands touched the fibers, and the chill ran up my arms in a current that left my skin crawling. The rope seemed to tighten slightly at my touch, and I understood then that it was no longer passive. It had been waiting, alive in ways I could neither name nor comprehend. The prisoners leaned closer, faceless yet pressing their presence into me. I could feel the weight of their observation, the inevitability of the line extending beyond my comprehension. I tried to count, tried to measure, tried to hold on to something familiar, but the numbers meant nothing. The line stretched into infinity, and I realized with dawning horror that I was the last. I was the culmination. My turn. I felt my knees buckle slightly, but I held on to the rope, the fibers rough and insistent beneath my fingers. The platform seemed narrower now, as if the chamber itself was constricting around me. The trapdoor beneath whispered of depths I could not see, of past lives, of past deaths, of endless repetition. I felt dizzy, my vision tunneling, and I realized that the prisoners were not simply waiting. They were counting me in, marking my place, guiding me. And then I slipped. It wasn't intentional, or at least I told myself it wasn't. My neck brushed the coarse fibers, and the rope caught, tight, unyielding. The movement was subtle at first, a slow slide that pressed against my skin, yet with each fraction of an inch, the awareness of inevitability grew. The faceless line leaned closer, impossibly patient, and I felt the cold embrace of their expectation pressing down on me. I thought of my mother, of warnings I had ignored, of the path I had chosen with curiosity and obsession. I thought of the trapdoor, the smell of iron and blood, the weight of all the prisoners who had come before. And then I understood. This was not a punishment. It was recognition. I was part of the line now.
I was finally counted. The fibers bit into my skin as my neck slipped further, rough against the tender flesh, pulling me closer to the inevitability I had sensed for so long. My chest ached, my vision blurred, and yet I could not pull away. The rope had claimed me. The chamber had claimed me. The line had claimed me. I felt burns along my neck, raw and stinging. Yet when I tried to wake, I was still trapped in the dream. The faceless prisoners leaned impossibly closer, their presence pressing into every sense I had. They hummed, not in sound, but in weight, in pressure, in memory. I felt their anticipation, as if it were my own heartbeat, as if my body had always known this moment, had always been waiting for it. And then I woke. My eyes snapped open, the darkness of my bedroom pressing in, familiar yet alien. My heart raced, my lungs gasping for air that seemed too thin. I reached for my neck and froze. The rope burns were there, raw, vivid, undeniable. I could not explain them. There had been no rope, no platform, no chamber, only my bedroom, silent and still. I pressed my fingers against the burns, trying to convince myself it was imagination, sleep paralysis, some trick of the body. But the pain was real, the marks were real, and the memory of the dream, the sliding, the inevitability, the weight of the faceless line was vivid, inescapable. I remembered the counting, the prisoners, the rope that moved even in still air. And I realized, with a clarity that made my stomach turn, that sleep would never be safe again. The chamber had crossed into reality. The line had drawn me in fully. My turn had come, and it left its mark, one that could not be ignored, one that could not be erased. I could still feel it as I lay in the dark, the raw sting along my neck a constant reminder. The faceless prisoners waited in my mind, stretching beneath the trapdoor that no longer existed, counting, watching, patient. I could feel the rhythm of the rope in my pulse, the inevitability of the swing in every heartbeat. I thought of running. I thought of leaving the apartment, of fleeing the city, of abandoning my life entirely. But I knew better. The rope, the trapdoor, the line of faceless prisoners, they had followed me. They would never release me. Every night the dream would return. Every night the chamber would wait. Every night my turn would continue. I touched the burns again, wincing, and I realized something far worse than pain. Recognition. The rope had marked me as part of the line, as counted, as inevitable. I was no longer an observer. I was no longer safe. My curiosity, my obsession, my inability to leave the chamber behind, it had drawn me fully into the cycle. And now, even in waking hours, I can feel the sway, not of the air, not of the rope itself, but of presence, awareness, expectation. The line of faceless prisoners waits, stretching beyond memory, beyond sight, beyond sleep. And I am always counted, always observed, always next. Sleep will never come without dread. Night will never come without the weight of inevitability pressing on me. The rope burns along my neck are a constant reminder that the chamber has not released me, that the line has not finished, that my turn has come, and it lingers, waiting, patient, inevitable. I know now, without doubt, that this will never end. The line will always be there. The trapdoor will always open in dreams, and the rope will always sway, even when the air is still. And one night, if I close my eyes too long, I will feel it fully. The inevitability of the slide, the presence of the faceless ones, the unbroken line stretching beneath me. I shiver at the thought, my neck stinging, my pulse racing, my mind trembling. The dream, the chamber, the rope, they are mine now, and I am theirs. I didn't expect the hospital to feel so alive. Not in the usual sense, anyway. The building was abandoned, or at least it was supposed to be. The sign on the gate had rusted long ago, and the parking lot was cracked and overgrown with weeds. But as soon as I stepped inside, camera in hand, I felt it. The kind of presence you don't see, but you feel pressing against the back of your neck. The corridors were empty. Too empty. The faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was the only sound at first, the occasional drip of water somewhere down the hall. My boots echoed on the linoleum, each step a loud punctuation in the stillness. I held the camera loosely in my hands, not because I planned to take photos, but because it gave me something solid to focus on. The building itself seemed like a maze, endless and repetitive, doors lining the walls like rows of teeth. I rounded a corner expecting silence, and then the first door slammed. Hard, loud enough to make my ears ring. I jumped, fumbling the camera for a moment, heart hammering. I swore under my breath, telling myself it was the wind, maybe the old hinges, but the air was still. There was no draft, no open windows, no one. I told myself to breathe, slow down, think rationally. The building was old. Doors swing open and shut by themselves sometimes. It was physics, not ghosts. I tried to laugh it off, but my chest felt tight. I moved slowly, trying to convince myself that nothing was wrong. Then another door slammed, and another. One by one, each door down the corridor banged shut in rhythm, like someone was walking ahead of me, shutting them deliberately.
I froze, my fingers tightening around the camera. I could feel the vibration of the sound in my chest, the echo bouncing down the empty hallway. My rational mind scrambled for explanations, drafts, loose hinges, vibrations from the street outside. But there were none. Nothing moved. I started counting the doors as they slammed, trying to impose some order on the chaos. 1, 2, 3. Each number a small anchor in the shifting tension of the corridor. And yet, with each slam, the sense of being watched grew stronger, prickling at the base of my skull. I told myself it was the building, that the hospital just had a memory of movement, of sound. But that explanation didn't settle my gut, didn't stop my pulse from racing. I edged forward, camera raised now, not to take pictures, but to have something between me and whatever might be there. I passed the first wing, the old patient rooms with doors hanging crooked on their hinges. I tried the first few doors, jiggling the handles, telling myself someone could be inside. Empty. Dust and mold and the faint, coppery smell of something old and wrong. Another door slammed behind me, harder this time and closer. I spun, expecting someone to step out, a figure, a joke, a prank. Nothing. Just the empty corridor, stretched and silent, shadows pooling in the corners. My breath came in short, shallow bursts. I could feel my pulse in my temples, in my ears, a high-pitched ringing that made my vision swim slightly. I moved faster now, boots squeaking against the floor. The doors continued to slam one by one, keeping pace with my steps. I didn't dare stop. Every time I looked down a hallway, the doors would swing open slightly, just a crack, and then bang shut as if my presence had triggered them. The rhythm was maddening, hypnotic, like the building was alive and breathing in sync with me. I tried to reason with myself, talking out loud, forcing words into the still air. It's the building. Nothing else. Just the old doors. But the words sounded hollow, and even as I said them, a cold sense of wrongness pressed down, filling the spaces between the slams. I felt as if eyes were on me, unseen, patient, measuring my every move. I turned a corner too quickly, and almost collided with a door that swung open on its own. The old hinges squealed, protesting my intrusion. I stumbled back, gripping the wall, heart hammering, and noticed the peeling paint, the scratches along the frame. Marks, deep and deliberate, like someone, or something, had been tracing along the surface for years.
I swallowed hard, trying not to look at them too closely. Another door slammed, closer this time, right behind me. My stomach turned, and I realized I had been holding my breath. I let it out slowly, but the sound seemed too loud, intrusive, and for a moment, I thought it must have disturbed something, awakened it. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, doors receding into shadows that my flashlight couldn't penetrate. I began to hear other sounds now, faint at first, a scraping, a shuffle, but unmistakable. My heart jumped, and I swung the flashlight down a side corridor. Empty. Dust motes drifted in the beam, but nothing else. And yet, I could feel it. Presence. Close. Patient. Watching. Not corporeal, but undeniable. The rhythm of the slamming doors continued, almost taunting now, one after another, as if counting me, herding me, marking my path. I tried to leave the corridor, to retreat to the lobby, but the hallways twisted in ways they shouldn't. Familiar paths now impossible to retrace. The doors continued to slam, relentless, and I realized the building itself was herding me deeper, keeping me inside the labyrinth. I tried to speak again, voice shaking. My words echoed, bouncing off walls and ceilings. No answer came, but the slamming doors paused for a heartbeat, almost in response, then resumed in harsher, more deliberate cadence. I froze, feeling trapped, like a fish caught in some invisible net. The building knew I was afraid. It had known all along. I passed what had once been the nurses' station. Drawers hung open, papers scattered, yellowed charts drifting in the air like leaves. I tried to focus on them, to remind myself I was in a hospital, a place of medicine and care, not some haunted nightmare. But every object seemed to pulse with a memory of fear. The slamming doors, the impossible shadows, the faint shuffle of movement in the distance, all of it pressed into my mind. I reached a junction in the corridor and paused, trying to decide which way to go. The doors on either side slammed almost simultaneously, and I stumbled back, flashlight dropping to the floor for a moment. The beam wavered, catching on something in the shadows. A figure? Just a trick of light? I couldn't tell. My chest ached, and sweat ran down my spine. I picked up the camera, gripping it like a lifeline. I wanted to take a picture, to prove to myself something tangible existed in this chaos. But when I lifted the viewfinder, I only saw the empty corridor, the doors still swinging as if freshly slammed. No figure, no shadow, nothing. Yet I could feel them, watching, waiting, counting. I ran then, boots pounding, heart in my throat, trying to reach the lobby, the exit, anything familiar. The doors slammed in response, each one marking my progress, keeping pace with me, guiding me through the endless maze. My lungs burned, my vision blurred, but I could not stop. Stopping meant surrender, and I wasn't ready to surrender yet. At last I reached a stairwell, rusted and creaking under my weight. I stumbled down, 2 steps at a time, hoping for an exit, a break in the rhythm. The slamming doors persisted, distant now but still in sync, like the building's heartbeat, like it was counting me, watching me, ensuring I remained part of its memory. I emerged into what had once been the main lobby. Broken windows let in moonlight, pale and weak. Dust floated in the air, catching the light in ghostly patterns. I froze, and the world seemed to shift for a heartbeat. The doors in the upper corridors slammed one last time, then silence. Absolute silence. I lowered my camera, hands trembling, and tried to calm my breathing. The building seemed still now, patient, but I knew better. The echoes of the slamming doors lingered, not in sound, but in memory, in presence. They had counted me, herded me, marked me. I could feel it in my bones. I left the hospital that night, camera swinging at my side, flashlight still in hand.
The mist outside felt almost welcome, washing over me, giving me the illusion of normalcy. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. I could still hear the doors, faintly, in the quiet moments, slamming one by one, counting me, reminding me that the corridors were never truly empty. I tried to tell myself it was a building, old and temperamental. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, my exhaustion, my fear twisting reality. But every night since, I hear them. 1, 2, 3. Each slam an invisible mark on my mind, a reminder that the building waits, that the corridors are never empty, that I am still counted. I can't stop hearing them, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to. I should have left the block before nightfall. I should have. But curiosity has a way of rooting itself deep in your chest, tightening with every sound, every shadow, until you can't move without following it. I thought I was prepared. I wasn't. The hallways were empty when I arrived, lit only by the flickering remnants of old fluorescent tubes. Dust clung to the air, and my footsteps echoed too loudly, bouncing off walls that had long forgotten human presence. I moved slowly, camera in hand, listening to the hollow thump of my own pulse. The doors lining the corridor were closed, some hanging crooked on their hinges, others splintered from years of neglect. Everything was silent, except for the quiet hum of the lights and the faint drip of water somewhere far ahead. Then I heard it. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a trick of echoes in the long corridors. But the sound was deliberate, clear, cutting through the emptiness. A voice, counting. 1, 2, 3. The numbers were low, deliberate, slow. Nothing about the tone was human. It wasn't a man whispering or a woman reciting. It was disembodied, echoing as if bouncing off the walls from places I couldn't see. I froze. My fingers tightened around the camera. My mind raced, trying to place the sound, trying to rationalize. Maybe security had someone doing rounds. Maybe it was a recording left behind. Maybe it was the wind. Anything but what it felt like. Alive, intentional, watching. The numbers continued. 4, 5, 6. Each one came with a subtle shift in the air, like a weight pressing down, almost physical. I realized with a sinking feeling that the voice wasn't counting objects or rooms or anything I could see. It was counting people. Inmates, I thought. Prisoners who had been here long before I arrived, long before the walls decayed into silence. I stepped forward, hesitant, trying to locate the source. The corridor stretched impossibly ahead, longer than I remembered, doors repeating themselves like echoes of echoes. The voice continued, steady, indifferent, almost mechanical in its precision. 7, 8, 9. I wanted to call out, to ask a question, but my voice failed me. I could only breathe, shallow and sharp, feeling each number reverberate in my chest. Something about the rhythm of the counting felt ritualistic, purposeful, and I knew instinctively that if the voice stopped, it would mean something. The numbers continued, and I felt the walls closing in slightly, the shadows pooling at the edges of my vision. The air was heavier here, thick with the memory of bodies long gone, with the faint tang of iron and decay. I forced myself to look at the doors, hoping to find a clue, a hinge moving, a shadow shifting. But everything remained still. The only movement was in the numbers themselves, spoken aloud by that disembodied voice. Then it stopped. Not at the end, not when the count should have finished. One number short. I didn't notice immediately. I was caught between relief and confusion. But the absence was undeniable. The next number, the one that should have followed, didn't come. Silence filled the space like a weight. I felt it immediately. A shift. A presence. Something was missing, and it mattered. I could feel the absence pressing on me, cold and sharp. My skin prickled, my hair stood on end. The voice had been counting something, someone, and it had left one out. Or perhaps reserved one for me. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence. Perhaps the recording had skipped. Perhaps my mind was filling gaps. But deep down, I knew better. That silence was intentional. It was deliberate. It waited for recognition. It waited for response. And I had an uncomfortable, sinking certainty that I was it, the missing count. I moved forward cautiously, camera raised now not to photograph but to protect, to anchor myself. My boots squeaked on the linoleum. The doors along the corridor seemed closer now, looming. The shadows shifted slightly in the corners, almost imperceptibly, almost naturally, but my gut told me otherwise. The corridor felt alive, and I realized with growing horror that the building knew I was here. It knew I had noticed the absence. Another sound joined the silence, a shuffle, low, deliberate, like the dragging of a foot just out of sight. I froze. My pulse throbbed in my ears. I forced myself to take slow breaths, each one a battle. The counting had stopped, but the rhythm it left behind lingered in the shadows, in the air, in the weight pressing on my shoulders. I rounded a corner and saw the source, or what I thought was the source. The doorway at the end of the corridor yawned black, deeper than it should have been. I stepped toward it, each footstep measured, careful. And I felt it again. That pull, that pressure. Something was waiting. Not a person, not fully alive, but aware, watching, patient. The voice returned, whispering, almost reluctantly. 1, 2, 3. Lower now, slower. The numbers no longer had the cadence of a counting exercise. They were almost conversational, as if acknowledging me, testing me, measuring my reaction. My chest tightened. I felt trapped between relief and rising terror. I wanted to turn back, but my feet refused. The corridor seemed longer now, stretching beyond reason. I noticed the doors again, old patient rooms, abandoned offices. The numbers corresponded, I realized slowly, each door aligned with each spoken number. But one remained, empty, silent, dark, waiting. That door was the one left uncounted. And instinct screamed at me, open it, and you join the sequence. Ignore it, and it notices you. I tried to reason, voice shaking, but nothing emerged beyond a whisper. I croaked. The voice didn't answer, only continued, deliberate, slow. It paused at the missing number, that one absent syllable, then resumed just beyond it. My stomach churned. I understood. With a clarity I couldn't escape, I was the missing count. The number it hadn't spoken aloud. The corridor around me felt impossibly long now. Shadows pooled thickly. The air pressed in. The floor vibrated subtly under my feet like a heartbeat. I glanced at the camera in my hands, tried to ground myself in reality. It was empty. Nothing moved beyond the shadows. Nothing breathed. And yet, I felt them. Felt the voice. Felt the weight of that missing number. Felt the pull. I stepped closer to the uncounted door, heart hammering, every nerve screaming at me to run. The voice continued elsewhere down the hall, counting obediently, indifferent. But I knew its attention had shifted. It had marked me, recognized me. And my instincts screamed that recognition was dangerous. The silence around the door was unbearable. I pressed my hand against the frame, feeling splintered wood, cold paint, and the faint, almost imperceptible vibration beneath my fingers. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to know. But the pull was relentless. My body leaned forward, caught between curiosity and terror, and I realized
impossibly, that the corridor was breathing with me, contracting, expanding, alive with anticipation. Then I heard it clearly. The pause, that missing number. I didn't hear it spoken, but I felt it in my chest, a vacuum where a sound should have been, a hollow that demanded acknowledgement. My knees buckled slightly. I pressed my palms to the doorframe, breathing uneven, and tried to convince myself to step back. But the voice had not ended. It lingered, counting elsewhere, a metronome keeping pace with my fear. I realized the corridor was teaching me something simple, something terrifying. It was showing me the rhythm, showing me the pause, and the pause meant me. The missing number was mine. The empty syllable, the skipped count, was a summons. Not malevolent, not friendly, just inevitable. I backed away slowly, hands shaking, trying to retrace my steps. The doors behind me slammed in sequence, one after another, almost mocking, almost marking my retreat. The voice counted elsewhere, patient, steady, leaving the final number unspoken, echoing in my mind with every step. I stumbled over a floor tile, catching myself against the wall. The corridor seemed endless, repeating, folding impossibly, doors blurring together. I reached the stairwell eventually, legs trembling, lungs burning, and the voice fell silent. Only the memory of the missing number remained, a weight in my chest, a hollow pull in my mind. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The corridor had marked me, counted me, and I knew with absolute certainty that the voice would return, that the missing number would never truly be gone. Even now I hear it in quiet moments, faint, deliberate, just beyond comprehension. 1, 2, 3, and then the absence, the hollow pause. I feel the weight of it, the pull, the patient inevitability. I am the missing number, the one skipped, the one unspoken. And I know it waits for me to remember, waits for me to hear it fully, waits for the moment I can no longer ignore the counting. I can't stop hearing it. And I know I never will. I've tried to tell myself it was just a game, just imagination, just exhaustion pressing against the edges of reality. But I can't lie to myself anymore. I know now. I am the missing prisoner. I am the number the voice didn't speak, the gap in the count, the presence it paused for. And knowing it has made the world I walk in heavier, darker, closer. I remember the first night I realized it. I had been wandering the empty block, camera slung over my shoulder, flashlight cutting through the shadows. The counting started, faint and slow, echoing down the hallways, rhythmic in the way nightmares always are. 1, 2, 3. I moved with the numbers, half expecting a figure to emerge from the darkness, half hoping it would not. I counted along with it at first, like counting sheep, trying to rationalize, trying to convince myself it was something I could measure and understand. When the voice reached the final door in the corridor, I froze. Everything in me screamed, a mixture of dread and disbelief, and I realized the number it should have spoken never came. There was a pause, long, impossible, and in that pause, I felt it. That subtle shift, the presence that weighed down my chest, the quiet insistence pressing against my spine. It wasn't just counting the empty hallways or the old rooms anymore. It was counting me. I stepped backward instinctively, my flashlight beam trembling over the peeling walls and scuffed doors. The corridor seemed to elongate in the shadows, the ceiling stretching further than it should, the lines of doors folding impossibly into each other. I could feel the voice still, patient, waiting, marking me with its absence. I shivered. I realized then, in a cold, sinking certainty, that I wasn't just a witness. I was part of the sequence. I was the missing number. The first few nights after that were unbearable.
Sleep became a battlefield. Every time my eyes closed, I found myself back in the corridors, the voice counting, deliberate, slow, omnipresent. 1, 2, 3. And then, always, the pause. That moment between numbers was mine, and it had weight. I could feel it pressing against my mind, my body, as if the silence itself had substance. It shaped my dreams, twisted the hallways, turned the doors into a maze that refused logic. I tried everything to escape it. I stayed awake. I left lights on. I left my apartment, wandered the streets until dawn, hoping exhaustion or sunlight would break the pattern. But at night, it always came back. The voice, the pause, the counting. And every time I realized, with a horrifying clarity, that the gap was mine, that I was the one it had paused for, the one it had been waiting to acknowledge. The realization changed everything. I could feel the corridors even when I wasn't there, the hallways stretching in my mind, doors swinging, shadows pooling. I started hearing the faint scraping of movement, soft, deliberate, just out of sight, in the corners of my apartment, down empty streets. The building followed me in memory. The count followed me in thought. And I realized I could never ignore it. I had been claimed. I was counted. The first dream where it became real was the worst. I found myself standing in the corridor again, flashlight trembling in my hand, boots echoing on the linoleum. The counting started as usual, low, measured, inhumanly precise. I tried to move away, to leave the corridor, but my legs felt heavy, my body refusing to obey. The voice reached the final number, and the pause came. I was frozen in that silence, aware of every shadow, every whisper of air, every heartbeat that wasn't my own. I understood then, without thinking, that I had stepped too close. The pause wasn't a mistake. It was an invitation. It was a summons. And it waited for me to acknowledge it fully, to realize that I was the one missing, the one it had been counting toward all along. I could feel the pressure behind the pause, subtle, physical, like a weight on my shoulders, my chest, my very bones. It wanted recognition. And I knew with a chill that spread from my spine to the tips of my fingers that if I gave it, the sequence would end. For me, permanently. I tried to step back. My legs moved slowly, impossibly, as if I were wading through water. The corridor shifted subtly beneath my gaze, stretching, folding, doors appearing where there should have been none, repeating, multiplying. The voice counted elsewhere now, patient, relentless. But I knew the silence at the end was mine. It had waited for me, all this time, and now it would not release me. I could feel the absence pressing into me, filling me. My chest tightened, my vision blurred at the edges. Every instinct screamed to run, to leave, to deny the pull, but I couldn't. The pause wasn't external. It was inside me now. It was a rhythm I carried in my pulse, in my breath, in the tremor of my hands. I was the missing number, the gap, and I could feel it in every shadow, in every whisper, in every heartbeat that wasn't mine. The corridors began to twist further, impossibly, unreal. Doors appeared where none had been, doors repeated, doors swung open and shut, marking the rhythm I had failed to notice. And the voice continued, low, measured, echoing through the impossible distance, counting all the others, pausing at me, leaving me blank, unspoken, marked. I could feel its attention, a cold awareness, patient, waiting for my acknowledgement, for my surrender, for my recognition. I remember the first time I tried to speak in the dream. My voice cracked, a dry rasp that sounded too loud, too intrusive in the stillness. I'm here, I whispered. The corridor responded, doors rattling, shadows shifting, and the pause deepened, almost tangible, pressing into my chest like a hand. My acknowledgement had been heard. And yet, it did not release me. It had been waiting, and now it had me. I woke with my heart hammering, sweat soaking my shirt, hands shaking. But the feeling didn't leave. The corridors, the doors, the counting, all of it lingered in my mind. The pause was mine. The gap was mine. And I realized that even in waking hours, I carried the sequence, the rhythm, the weight of recognition. I started noticing it in small ways. The hum of a streetlight, the creak of an old floorboard, shadows that stretched too long, corners that seemed darker than they should. I could feel the counting in these moments, subtle, patient, waiting. And always, I knew where I fit in the sequence. I am the missing number, the one they had paused for, the one who cannot escape. Sleep became a terror I could not endure. Every night I returned to the corridor, to the counting, to the pause. I could see the doors, feel the air press against me, sense the rhythm of the missing number inside me. The voice counted all the others, deliberate, unyielding, and then came to me, to the gap, to the silence that carried weight. I could feel it pressing into my chest, my mind, my bones. The more I tried to resist, the stronger the pull became. The corridors stretched endlessly, doors multiplying, shadows pooling, the rhythm of the count embedding itself into my very being. I am the missing prisoner. I am the gap. I am the pause, and I cannot ignore it. Sometimes, in waking moments, I hear it faintly. 1, 2, 3, and then the silence. That impossible pause, waiting, patient, inevitable. I can feel the rhythm in my pulse, in my breathing, in the subtle vibration beneath my feet. I am counted and yet unspoken, recognized and yet untouchable. The missing number, always waiting for acknowledgement. I have tried to leave, to run, to distract myself, but it follows me. The corridors exist in my mind. The doors swing, the shadows shift, the counting continues. 1, 2, 3, pause. I feel it everywhere, in every quiet moment, in every pause between thoughts. I know now that I am the missing prisoner. I am the number unspoken, and I will never escape the rhythm. Every time I close my eyes, I am back in the corridor, standing before the last door, counting along with the others in my head, but always stopping short at my own absence. The voice waits, patient, deliberate, marking me with the pause. I try to move, to flee, but I cannot. The missing number has no escape. The gap has no release. I am it. I always have been. And I know, when the next night comes, I will return. I will stand in the corridor. I will hear the counting, feel the pause, and remember that I am the missing prisoner, the number left unspoken, the gap that the voice has been waiting for all along. I have tried to deny it, tried to rationalize it, tried to leave it behind. But it has followed me. It always will. The missing number is me. The pause is mine. And the corridor waits. We shouldn't have come back. I know that now. The first time we explored the old hospital, it felt like adventure, a forgotten building, stories scrawled in dust, the thrill of discovering what the world had abandoned. But tonight, the air smelled different. Thick, heavy, like it had soaked in something older than the walls themselves. The water started at the threshold. I stepped forward, expecting maybe a puddle, a leaky pipe, but it rose to my knees before I realized it. Cold, dark, sticky in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand up. My flashlight beam barely cut through it. The water swallowed everything beyond a few feet. I could see our reflections tremble with the sway of the liquid, warped and doubled, faces stretched and distorted. I heard a splash behind me. Not a footstep,
not a stumble, something deliberate. I spun, flashlight swinging, and saw my friend Shane pause mid-step, shoulders tense, eyes wide. He was frozen, staring at the water ahead like it was alive. "I thought it stopped at the lobby," he muttered, voice shaking. He swallowed, clearly fighting nausea or fear, maybe both. "I thought so too," I admitted, trying to sound braver than I felt. The hallway stretched ahead, dark and endless. Water lapped at the base of doors, seeping out from under them in slow, deliberate waves. I kept my hand on the wall for balance, but it felt wrong. The tiles slick under the water, the walls damp and cold, almost pulsing. My boots sent out faint ripples, and the reflections danced across the ceiling in a grotesque parody of our movement. Every step made me more aware of the silence. Not just ordinary silence, but the kind that waits, patient, almost sentient. Even Shane had stopped talking, letting the sound of his boots echo hollowly, every ripple in the water magnified in the emptiness. The building felt alive around us, holding its breath, waiting. We reached the first set of rooms. The doors hung half off their hinges, warped by water and rot. The water was deeper here, waist deep now, cold enough to sting the skin it touched. I forced my legs forward, ignoring the shiver that went down my spine. Every ripple in the black water seemed deliberate, as if it was reacting to our presence, flowing around us instead of away. I remembered the old warnings from urban explorers online. Abandoned wings in hospitals like this aren't empty. Things linger in the dark. Ghosts, maybe, or just memories thick enough to choke a person if they let themselves think too deeply. I wanted to laugh at myself for believing it, wanted to convince myself that water and shadows couldn't hurt. But I didn't laugh. Not really. Shane stopped suddenly. I nearly ran into him, but he raised a hand. His eyes were fixed on something under the water. My flashlight followed his gaze. There was nothing at first, just black, endless water. But then a ripple appeared, concentric circles spreading outward in perfect symmetry, as if something beneath was moving toward us, or waiting. Shane's voice was barely audible. I swallowed hard. I hated the sound of my own words. Lies sounded hollow in this place. The water reached our waists now. Every step forward was resistance, muscles burning, the water pulling at our legs, tugging insistently. I felt something brush against my shin. I froze, heart hammering. Shane did too. I lifted the flashlight again, swinging the beam low. Nothing. Only the black water, smooth now, pretending it hadn't moved at all. I tried to convince myself it was a fish, or debris, or just the current shifting. But the memory of the touch lingered, cold and deliberate, crawling up my leg like icy fingers. My pulse spiked. The water felt heavier suddenly, almost viscous, as if it wanted to hold us there. We pressed forward, silence broken only by the swish of water around our thighs and the occasional drip from the ceiling. The walls were scarred, paint peeling in long, jagged strips. The smell of mildew mixed with something else, something metallic, sharp, that made my stomach twist. I tried not to think about what it was. Blood? Rusted pipes? Something older? We reached a doorway where the water disappeared briefly, forming a shallow pool that reflected the ceiling above. I stopped to catch my breath, flashlight trembling in my hand. Shane didn't speak. His reflection shimmered in the water, eyes wide, lips pressed together, staring at the darkness ahead. I glanced toward the corridor beyond the doorway, and my stomach dropped. The water wasn't calm anymore. Ripples radiated outward, forming patterns that shouldn't exist. I thought at first it was wind, but the air was still. I saw shapes under the surface, shadows moving faster than they should. Something was under the water, just out of reach of the light, just out of clarity. My chest tightened. I wanted to turn back, wanted to run to dry ground, but the corridor behind us had vanished, swallowed by darkness. Shane whispered. I did. Every step, every movement made the water respond. It wasn't just water anymore. It was something alive, aware, patient. It shifted around us, tugging at our legs, guiding, herding, keeping us in its path. The reflection of the ceiling above bent strangely, as if the building itself was leaning in closer, watching us, pressing down. We moved slowly, carefully, hearts hammering, until the hallway opened into a large room. The water was waist-deep here too, but it stretched farther than the flashlight could reach. Shadows clung to the corners, to the walls, to the surface. I could hear a faint echo beneath the water, almost like murmurs, distant and underwater, impossible to place. My stomach twisted, my throat dry. I took a step forward. The water reacted instantly. Small waves, precise, deliberate, almost conscious. I froze. Shane's hand gripped my arm, pulling me back slightly. I could feel tension radiating from him. He was terrified, just like me, and yet neither of us could stop moving forward. In the far corner of the room, a shape emerged. Not above water, not fully formed, just a dark outline. It shifted with the ripples, just beyond clarity. My heart lurched. I swung the flashlight, trying to focus on it. The water around it glimmered strangely, catching the light in ways that seemed unnatural, like it was alive. Shane whispered, voice shaking. I nodded, unable to speak. I felt it before I saw it fully. Pressure, weight, a sensation that went beyond touch, brushing at my mind. The water pulsed, reacting to us, to our fear. It wasn't just a pool anymore. It was a presence, waiting, observing, patient. I tried to step back, but the water pushed against my legs, tugging insistently, forcing me forward. Shane cursed under his breath, splashing as he tried to resist. It was exhausting. The water wasn't just wet, it was resistance, opposition, force. And I realized, with a creeping terror, that the building and the water and the darkness were all one thing, all aware, and we were intruders. I forced myself to breathe. Step by step, we moved forward. Every ripple, every shift, every shadow felt deliberate. The water swallowed our reflections, distorted them, twisted them into grotesque parodies. I could see faces, impossible shapes, lurking just beneath the surface. They weren't real, I told myself. They couldn't be. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something followed each step, just out of reach. Finally, we reached the other side of the room. The water here was shallower, barely above our knees. I looked back. The corridor we had come from was gone. The hallway stretched into blackness. There was no way back that I could see. I realized then, fully, that the water didn't just fill the space. It controlled it. It guided us. It had been herding us through the building all along, leading us where it wanted, shaping our path, manipulating the terrain. I felt trapped, caught in something older than the hospital, older than us. Shane broke the silence. "We need to get out," he said, voice low but urgent. I nodded, though I knew it wouldn't be simple. The water wasn't just a hazard, it was an entity, aware, patient, holding us within its embrace. Every step forward was a negotiation, a careful balance between fear and resistance, movement and surrender. I pressed forward, flashlight shaking in my hands. I could feel the eyes of the building, the water, the shadows pressing in. The air was thick, heavy, alive. And the deeper we went, the more I understood that we were not alone, that the building and the water it held and the darkness surrounding it were aware of us, measuring, testing, waiting. We didn't speak after that. Words seemed useless against the presence pressing in from all sides. We moved slowly, deliberately, every ripple underfoot, every shift in reflection, every brush of shadow a reminder that we were intruders in something alive. The water was patient, relentless, and I realized with a sinking certainty that leaving would not be simple. Even now I feel it. The memory of the water, the pressure,
the cold, dark reach, the way it seemed to think, to respond, to shape us, the way it claimed the corridors, filling them, pulsing through them, waiting. And I know if I ever go back, it will still be there, waist-deep, patient, aware, watching. The water was restless. I had thought it was only cold, only dark, only inconvenient. I was wrong. It was something else entirely, alive in ways I couldn't name, aware in ways I could feel. Every step we took, it responded, rippling and tugging like it wanted to guide us or trap us. I first noticed it as a brush against my leg, subtle, almost playful, but deliberate. I froze mid-step, heart hammering, flashlight trembling in my hands. Shane froze too, his face pale under the beam, his eyes wide, fixed on the shifting surface around us. I wanted to tell myself it was a fish or a piece of debris floating loose, but the sensation lingered, and it didn't feel accidental. Something moved beneath the water, brushing my calf again, firmer this time, like fingers dragging along my skin just beneath the surface. My chest tightened. The water pressed against me differently, heavier in patches, resisting my movement, nudging me, corralling me toward the unknown. Shane muttered something under his breath, probably a curse, maybe a prayer. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My voice would have given away the panic clawing up my throat. We moved slowly, every step a negotiation with the water. I could feel the shapes beneath it, impossible to define, just shadows, just disturbances. They moved in ways water shouldn't move, snaking along the floor, curling around our legs, pressing upward against the surface. My flashlight caught glimpses of something, dark shapes, longer than any fish, impossible angles, just at the edge of clarity. I tried to keep my mind rational, but reason didn't survive here. Not when the water responded to us, shifted with intent, tugged insistently at our limbs. My skin crawled. Every ripple felt like fingers brushing against my body, every sudden drop in depth like it was testing me, counting on my hesitation. I nodded. I didn't trust myself to speak. The brush came again, stronger, deliberate, cold enough to make me shiver violently. It circled my leg like a coil, testing my reaction. My heart lurched. I forced myself to move, to keep walking, but the water resisted, tugging, almost herding us toward the deeper corridor ahead. The further we went, the heavier it became. Not just water, but pressure, a presence pressing into my bones, whispering against my mind. The shadows beneath it moved, slithering, uncatchable, too fast for my flashlight to reveal properly. I glimpsed shapes that seemed almost human, distorted, wrong, long limbs, flattened faces, something staring up at me from beneath the water. My stomach turned. I wanted to stop, wanted to turn back, but I knew we couldn't. The water had a rhythm, a plan, and stepping out of line wasn't an option. I felt it brush against Shane's leg, too. He froze and let out a soft whimper. I reached for his arm and our hands met above the surface. For a second, that human contact grounded me, reminded me we weren't alone in the usual sense. But the water didn't like it. A sudden tug pushed both of us off balance, sending a ripple racing across the pool. The flashlight beam wavered, and for a heartbeat I thought I saw hundreds of dark shapes writhing beneath the surface, converging, watching. I wanted to scream, wanted to run, but my lungs burned, my legs resisted, and the water seemed to anticipate my movements, tightening around me, nudging me, corralling me forward. Every step felt like a compromise between instinct and terror, the shapes below testing me, reading me. I felt them judging my fear. A sudden splash sent water spraying into my face. I gasped, coughing, blinking through the sting. Shane grabbed my arm. His grip was trembling, panicked but firm. I realized then that we weren't just being moved through space. We were being observed, measured, examined. Every movement we made was accounted for beneath the water, every hesitation noted. I forced myself to keep moving, boots sinking into the unseen floor beneath, legs aching, back straining. The water brushed again, this time firmer, deliberate, as if a long, invisible limb traced the shape of my leg, testing, feeling. I could hear nothing but the soft splash of our own movements and the distant echo of dripping water. But the silence was alive with intent. I could feel the shapes beneath me, patient, aware, waiting. Shane whispered again, It's trying to... He didn't finish. Something shifted in the water behind us and he jerked his head. I swung the flashlight and for a moment I thought I saw a figure emerge just at the edge of clarity, a dark, elongated shape, moving faster than it should, retreating when I tried to focus. My stomach clenched. I swallowed, trying to force down the rising panic. The shapes beneath the water weren't just shadows, they were deliberate, moving against the current, pressing upward, brushing, probing. I felt them like pressure against my mind, like whispers I couldn't hear but knew were there. They were aware of us, responding, reacting, coaxing, perhaps even laughing at our fear. My chest tightened again. Every instinct screamed to run, to escape, but the water controlled everything now. Depth, direction, pace. I tried to reason. It was water, gravity, debris. My brain sought explanation. But I couldn't explain the deliberate brushing, the pull against my legs, the subtle nudges that guided us forward. Nothing in the natural world behaved like this. Not in a hospital, not in water, not in darkness. We reached a wider area, a flooded room stretching farther than I could see. The water was darker here, almost black. Shapes flickered beneath the surface, moving with purpose, weaving around each other, brushing at us in impossible coordination. I stumbled slightly, and the water surged, brushing against my chest this time, cold and insistent, forcing me upright. Shane swore under his breath, clinging to my arm, eyes wide. I forced myself to breathe, to focus on the flashlight beam. The shapes moved just outside its reach, uncatchable, teasing. My mind twisted. Were they real? Were they reflections? Shadows warped by water and low light? I didn't care anymore. They were aware. That was enough. Awareness meant intent, and intent meant danger. I pressed forward, step by step, legs trembling, chest tight. Every movement brought new brushes, subtle touches along my arms, my shoulders, my neck. The water had learned us. It knew our limits, our fear, our hesitations. And it was patient. It didn't strike, didn't rise above the surface. It just moved beneath us, around us, through us, aware of every heartbeat, every flinch, every gulp of air. At one point, I felt it brush my face lightly, and my stomach flipped. Cold, wet, deliberate. I recoiled, stepping back, and for a heartbeat I thought I saw something long and thin break the surface, retreating immediately when I blinked. My breath came in shallow bursts. Shane muttered something incomprehensible, and I realized he was just as terrified, just as unable to rationalize what we were seeing or feeling. We didn't speak after that. Words were useless. Only movement mattered. Step, step, brush, step, step, brush. The rhythm became hypnotic, terrifying. I realized the water and the shapes beneath it weren't just brushing us. They were marking us, memorizing us, cataloging us. We were the intruders. We were the subjects. We were prey. I don't know how long we moved like that. Time became irrelevant. The water controlled it. The shapes beneath it controlled it. I felt them all around, always brushing, always aware. And I knew with certainty, that they weren't finished. That the building had claimed us, that the water had claimed us, and that the things beneath it would wait always for the moment we faltered, for the moment our fear let them in. Finally, we reached a shallower patch, water barely above our knees. I looked back.
and for a fleeting second, I thought I saw hundreds of dark shapes beneath the surface, writhing, moving, impossible angles, impossibly coordinated. Then they vanished, swallowed by the water's blackness, leaving only the memory of their presence, their awareness, their patience. We stumbled forward, exhausted, drenched, hearts hammering. The corridor ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, shadows pooling in ways they shouldn't. But I knew it didn't matter. The water would always follow, always remember, always respond. The shapes beneath it would wait, brushing, testing, measuring, patient. And I would never forget the sensation, the deliberate, cold touch of the things below. Even now, hours later, I feel it, in puddles, in rainwater, in dark corners of sinks and fountains. The memory lingers, the brush, the tug, the awareness. And I know, somewhere beneath the surface, they are waiting, patient, deliberate, and always, always aware of me. I shouldn't have gone in there. I knew it the second I saw it, but it was too late to turn back. The corridor ended in a single cell, water pooling deep inside, black and viscous, reflecting the faint beams of our flashlights like some unnatural mirror. It didn't look like anything a human should live through or survive. And yet, there was a face pressed against the glass bars, screaming. I froze. I couldn't move. My heart thumped so violently I thought it might crack my ribs. Shane let out a soft gasp behind me, clutching my shoulder, shaking slightly. His eyes were wide, fixated on the distorted, water-blurred face that stared back at us. Lips moved, screaming, but no sound passed through the thick, dark liquid. The eyes, wide, unblinking, desperate, met mine, and I felt a cold, pulling sensation in my chest, like the water was reaching through the glass, through the air, through me. The face wasn't human in any way I wanted to understand. It was stretched, warped by the water, features elongated and distorted, eyes larger than possible, lips moving, whispering, screaming in a silence that penetrated my skull. I pressed my hand to my mouth, trying not to scream, trying not to move. The water inside the cell rippled slightly, as if aware of our fear, pressing outward subtly, teasing, testing, patient. Shane whispered, his voice hoarse. I nodded, unable to speak. I wanted to. I wanted to run. But something rooted me to the spot, a compulsion stronger than terror, something that demanded I look, demanded I understand. The face continued to scream, eyes wide, pressing against the glass, but the water muffled everything. I could feel its mouth against mine, the sound of panic vibrating inside my head. I stepped closer, flashlight trembling, shining directly into the cell. The water clung to the bars, swaying unnaturally, black and heavy, pressing outward like it was alive. The face pressed harder, lips stretching, eyes wide, jaw moving, screaming soundlessly, reaching toward me with hands that floated, warped, delicate, impossibly thin. My stomach churned. I wanted to turn away, but I couldn't. I felt caught, a moth drawn to the pulse of something alive beneath the surface. Shane grabbed my arm, trying to pull me back, but his grip was weak. He was shaking, panicked, sweat beading his forehead. I realized we were standing in water that had risen higher than my knees, cold creeping up my legs, chilling my bones. The corridor around us faded, darkness pressing in, isolating us with that cell, that face. I tried to rationalize. It was a trick of the light. Reflection. My mind playing with fear. I tried to step back, tried to tell myself it was impossible, but the face moved in the water with intention. Eyes tracking, lips stretching, arms moving slowly, deliberately. And I realized it wasn't just the face. It was everything inside that cell. The water, the pressure, the darkness. All of it was alive, aware, watching. Shane whispered, voice shaking. It's trapped. It wants help. I shook my head, confused, trying to force reason into the chaos. How could it want help if it was screaming without sound, submerged, distorted? But the desperation in those eyes, the pleading, the silent panic, it burned into me. The water rippled again, and I felt it brush my legs, cold, deliberate, circling like the things from the hallways before, aware of us, testing us. The face thrashed suddenly, sending waves against the glass, pressing outward. My chest tightened, breath catching. I wanted to back away, wanted to flee, but my legs refused. The water beneath me seemed thicker, heavier, pressing upward like it wanted to hold me, pull me closer. I could feel the pulse of life, or something like it, through the water, a slow, deliberate heartbeat that matched my own. I couldn't speak. Words caught in my throat, useless against the tension, useless against the presence in the cell. My mind raced. Should I touch the glass? Should I do something? The face stretched further, lips moving in silent words I couldn't hear but somehow understood. Fear, pleading, agony, warning. And the water seemed to respond, rippling outward, pressing against the bars, pressing against my chest, testing my reaction. Shane muttered something else, barely audible. Don't touch it. I froze. Touch it? Could I even imagine touching that water? My hand hovered above the surface of the corridor, where the water pooled around my legs. It wasn't just water, it was sentient, aware, brushing, nudging, tugging, alive in ways that defied explanation. And it wasn't the water alone. The face, the body, the limbs submerged within, all pressed outward, all aware, all deliberate. I saw one of the hands beneath the surface float upward slowly, almost casually, fingers brushing the glass, stopping inches from where I imagined they could reach. My stomach turned. I realized then fully that the figure wasn't just screaming, it was testing, gauging, inviting, warning. The water around the cell pressed outward slightly, ripples moving toward us, deliberate, like it wanted us to understand the rules. The face screamed again, louder in my mind than it could possibly scream underwater, and I felt something inside me snap. Panic, comprehension, recognition, all at once. I stumbled backward, tripping over a submerged ledge, arms flailing. Shane caught me, pulling me upright, voice panicked. "We need to go!" But my eyes couldn't leave it. I was drawn to the face, the arms, the silent scream. The water pulsed, circling around my legs, tugging insistently, as if warning me, as if daring me to step closer. The face pressed against the glass again, and I could swear it was looking directly at me now. Not the flashlight, not Shane, but me. Eyes burning with something older than fear, something patient, alive, a warning and a plea all at once. I wanted to run, wanted to flee down the corridor, wanted to leave the water, leave the cell, leave the building behind forever. But the water resisted, curling around my legs, tugging gently, inexorably, dragging me back toward the cell. Every instinct screamed to fight, but something deeper, primal, urged me to stay, to watch, to understand. Shane's grip on my arm tightened, dragging me backward. "Come on, stop looking at it." I tore my eyes away for a heartbeat, and when I looked back, the face was closer, lips stretched impossibly, mouth opening wider than humanly possible, eyes unblinking, reaching for me through the glass and water both. The sensation of panic, the cold pull, the awareness of that submerged presence, it wasn't just visual. It pressed into my chest, my mind, my skin. I could feel it. And I realized with a sinking horror that it wasn't just trapped inside the cell. The water had already reached out to us. It had measured us, tested us,
and now it was claiming attention. I turned fully, following Shane as he pulled me through the waist-deep water, moving as quickly as we could without losing balance. My boots dragged on the submerged floor, water sloshing past my knees, pressing at me in waves. I kept glancing back, unable to resist, and every time I did, the face was there, closer, somehow larger, impossibly closer to the glass, pressing, screaming, alive in ways that defied explanation. The corridor ahead seemed longer, darker, but it offered some hope. We stumbled forward, exhausted, heart hammering, boots heavy with water. Every step, every movement, the corridor seemed to shift subtly, water rising just enough to make balance precarious. And always, the cell and the face lingered in the corner of my vision, pressing, pulling, aware, patient. Finally, we reached a shallower area, the water barely above our knees. My chest heaved, breath coming in ragged gasps. I glanced back one last time. The cell remained, water still dark, face still pressed against the bars, lips moving in that silent scream, eyes tracking me as though burning a memory into my mind. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, realizing that even as we moved away, the water, the presence, the face had already marked me. It knew me now. I could never forget. Even now, hours later, I feel it in every puddle, every dark corner, every shadow of water, the brush against my legs, the cold pull, the silent scream, the presence of something alive beneath the surface, aware of me, waiting, patient. I will never unsee it, never forget it. And I know that someday, if I return, it will be waiting. Water dark and thick, face pressed to glass, aware, deliberate, patient, and I will feel that pull again, unavoidable, unstoppable.